Everybody. Welcome to the fifth edition, finale of the Global CIO 200 Summit right here. We're at the grand finale. Are you all aware of the Global CIO Summit 200? What do we do? Last year, we visited 40 countries. This year, we visited 52 countries. We had 123 partners that sponsored us across this world tour. We touched, let's say, Middle East. How many of you are from the Middle East? Oh, I was expecting much louder than that. You lost your chance. Let's see if the other regions are going to make up. We visited Africa. Oh, big thanks to Africa for hosting us. It's been a tremendous couple of days setting up for this event, and we're very excited to be here. We went to Europe. Europeans in the house? Yeah. Less quantity, more quality. I like it. Louder. And we went to North America. Yeah. And South America. For the first time. Anybody from South America here with us today? Don't be shy. Scream loud. No? De la creme, the top and the best 200 to join us today at the grand finale. So first year, who remembers? Who was there? Anybody remember the first year 5 years ago? Yes? It was in Al Marjan, Ras Al Khaimah in the UAE. Second year, we moved to another emirate in the UAE. Ajman is the correct answer. Third year, we went international. Thailand in Bangkok. Fourth year, we went to Europe. Baku, Azerbaijan, and this year we come to the cradle of civilization, where it all started, to the continent, South Africa. All right, without further ado, let me introduce up on the stage the man that founded it all. He's been running around in his bright blue suit. You can't miss him. It's a satin suit. I don't know where he got it from, but he's always special. He's always the center of attention. The co-founder of GEC Media, the organizers of this event, and CEO. Put your hands together for Ronak Samantarai.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, I think you like Basil more, I guess. Okay, good morning, everyone. Yeah, okay, now I beat Basil, that's okay. Okay, so first of all, welcome everyone to the 9th edition of the Global CIO 200 Roadshow. Okay, but the most important thing is, before we start anything, let's clap the loudest for yourself first. Can you do that? Let's do that. And I think my personal clap to the DJ, he put a great song for me. I didn't even choose, but I feel like dancing, but then, okay, we have to behave now. We are in a conference, right? Rest all we can do in the second half. But yes, as Basil gave a great introduction, so definitely the 5 rounds of drinks on me, on him, for the evening, that I'll sort it out. So that was the deal between me and him. But yes, again, there's so many moving elements. There's so many important people without whom this is not possible. Okay? Let's get the loudest of the cheer for the one and only, our founder and MD, Mr. Tushar Rao. Okay, Tushar is the back. Tushar, you have to wave, come on. Yalla, everyone, yeah. And then we move to the sponsors, of course. The sponsors without whom this event is not possible. We shouldn't be here without them. Because of them, we are here. Because of them, you guys are also there. Yeah, because they're the one who's been trusting us from day one till now, right? But that again bring back to why they trust. Definitely, we stand out, without a doubt, and I'm sure all the CIOs and your community, you've been traveling to a lot of different conferences across the globe, which is done by a lot of different vendors, partners, and all that. But media, well, I don't think so. And that to be 50 plus countries in 1 year and growing 25% year on year in terms of our footprint. No, I don't think so. Anyone stand close to that. And that's only and only possible because of you all. And that's what the Global CIO Forum is all about. We will not talk about GEC Media today. Our center of focus is the Global CIO Forum. GEC Media is a part of that, but Global CIO Forum is the one who started it and who's taking year after year, putting all their efforts, putting all the necessary research which is required to make this platform stand out from the rest. The Global CIO Forum started almost 9 years back, with few CIOs, and how GC Media and Global CIO Forum took it till now. Okay, so as we all are aware, this is the 9th edition, right? But from now onwards, so the next year will be the most important year for you all and for us as well. And what we'll be doing is, as Tushar and few of the board members would agree, and Anushri as well, that everyone has put a lot in the last 9 years. But now, it's you guys who are gonna step up. And you guys have to decide that are we going 50 countries? We going back 25 countries? Or you want to go? Oh, I love it. Okay? So it's all on you now. Okay? So we have done all the possibilities to make sure this community is building. We are working together. We're working with vendors, partners, and you guys to make this ecosystem as strong as possible, as unique as possible, right? So I think I can take 2 more minutes, Marcel. Is that okay? Cool. Okay. We had a great start yesterday, right? We know all we had this long flights, hop-over flights, and visas. Oh my God, don't even go there. right? But guess what? You guys are those one of thousands who've been selected, who got the visa, who got the ticket, who got the room as well. Yeah? So, give it to you. Okay, so I have 1 more minute, okay? So, let's start in a South African way, okay? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 tables. 3 is one team, and this 3 is next one, okay? So, Africa is all about, I think language is not a barrier, okay? It's all about passion. It's all about energy. It's all about love, right? So let's do that, okay? So when I say, okay, I'll not say anything. When I put my right hand, the first 3 say who, okay? When I put my left hand, you say ha. Are we clear? Who? Ha. Okay? Because this will decide who parties tonight after. Yeah, Tushar told me this, man. Okay? So nothing is scripted. Are we ready? Okay, I think, where is Muzammil? Muzammil is there? Okay, just cancel 200 people. We are only having 50. Okay? Okay, we ready? Okay. I think you have better chance now. Man! Please bring the bottles now. Okay, ready? You'll have 3 chances. It was a trial round. Okay? Okay, now this side, yeah, now we got the chance. Okay, yalla, let's see. Okay, let's see. 1-0. Okay. Espresso for him, please. Good morning. Yeah? Okay. 1-0. 1-0. Okay. Now you have a better chance. I'm being fair. Is it 1-1 now, Basil? Whoa. Whoa, okay. Okay. You are the longest, but the loudest on the other side. So big round of applause for the left one. Okay. So without further ado, thank you everyone for joining the finale. We are in South Africa. Lot of things are planned, and this today, tomorrow, and after Joburg, you guys are flying home. I know that's okay. You're flying home, right? What? You still want to go to Cape Town, really? Miss, I checked the weather. It's rainy over there today. You okay? Okay. So after this, we go Cape Town as well, right? And by the end of tomorrow, we get to know which country we go next year. So that's always a good surprise. So we all have to make sure we all enjoy the day, okay? Fantastic lineup speakers we have, fantastic sponsors that have been supporting us. So we all definitely want you guys to gel up with them as much as possible. Do business, do great relationship, develop that, and then we'll take it to the next level. But before we go, GCF Academy, are you aware of that? GCF Academy is doing a lot in terms of programming, training, and all that stuff. Okay, so training from the school level to the CIOs. So this all are being taken care of. So you can always reach out to the CAS team over there, who is leading that, and I'm sure all the brand ambassadors of CAS are present here, who is taking all this thing to a new journey. Okay, so thank you, Basel. Thank you everyone for being here. Let's have a great day. Thank you.
All right, big warm applause. We have, Ronak was thanking the sponsors. For those of you that have attended in the past, you know about the passport. But we have so many new attendees. So please, if you're new, you have received a passport from the registration desk. That passport is your golden ticket. We have very nice prizes for those that collect the largest amount of points. How do you get points on your passport? Visit the stalls, that's one option, and you will get a stamp. But I've seen many of you in this morning just going around the stalls, get me a stamp, get me a stamp, get me a stamp. This year we're gonna qualify you. If you have a stamp from a stall and you don't know what the company does or sell, that stamp's not gonna count. All right, so please interact with our sponsors. Speak to them. They made this event possible, and without your participation, it is going to be impossible to continue this event into the future, to continue to grow it. So please visit the stalls, get your points, attending sessions, attending the workshop. It's 2 days of work, actually a day and a half. Tomorrow we end early. It's a day and a half, and we have so much entertainment, so much motivational speech, so much exciting mental well-being, work-life balance, interspersed with the technology of artificial intelligence and cloud and digital transformation. So passports is one important area. Keep them with you, get them stamped, get as many points, and we have really interesting, cool prizes. Apple branded, original earbuds and watches, okay? Now, other than passports, just a bit on today's activity. So today we will be in this room for most of the day because we need to rest. Yesterday was busy. We had archery. How many of you got to do your archery scores? Oh wow, most. Perfect. The results of the archery competition will be announced tonight at the gala dinner. So today we're going to be in here for some presentations, panels, motivational speech, musical performances, and then we're going to break for lunch, and then we have the workshop. Guess where the workshop's going to be? Here. And you get a lot of points for attending the workshop. After the workshop, we're going to go for dinner here. It's a gala dinner. It's a black tie event, so please come dressed well and nice. All right? We have to give our sponsor coffee.io. 3 E's. All right? That's the t-shirts you're wearing today. So thank you for wearing them. Thanks to Coffee for sponsoring the first day t-shirt. And I've been talking too much, but we have a new hire at GEC Media, a person that has over 20 years of experience writing, narrating, interviewing, getting to the bottom of the news, and specifically dedicated to technology. This is the one reporter while I was working at Sun Microsystems, Dell, EMC, VMware. When I was interviewing with him, I had to do my homework because he knew everything I said. And I said, we're number one. He challenged me. So, our editor-in-chief at GEC, please give a warm welcome to Jeevan Thankapan.
Absolutely delighted to be here. Hopefully you get the chance to stand in for what the man is saying. As Basil said, I came on board 5 months ago. Around the time we started the roadshow in Morocco. For some reason, Tushar was in that scene. So I'm living my life out of a suitcase. But jokes apart, it's been exciting. We travel to all these roadshows to meet so many of you. Engaging with CIOs on a global scale gave me some perspective on what this work really means to have. I remember a time when the title CIO meant someone who kept the lights on, right? And you're talking with shadows or a back office. Let's be honest, today, everyone is doing and if anyone is doing that, it's not a nice place to be. You have evolved, you have stepped into the spotlight, and you are shaping the future. So this event is not just a meeting of CIOs. This is a celebration of the CIO role and your remarkable achievements. Now, one of the main objectives of the Global CIO Forum is to foster cross-border. Today we transcend borders because we believe the challenges and opportunities of the CIO it doesn't matter if you're in Mumbai, Nairobi, Riyadh, South Africa, or anywhere else in the world. The challenges are the same. The core CIA agenda is the same. How do you keep the lights on and innovate at the same time? How do you optimize cost and stretch your resources? And how do you actually bridge the gap between the business? It is still like holy grail. And even the technology pain points, right? It's the same. How do you learn policy? How do you get most of the existing IT investments? How do you manage it? And these are not local problems. These are global dilemmas that CIOs face. And that's why an event like this is very important. Global CIO Forum is a platform for knowledge sharing. It gives you a chance to engage with one another, share your experiences, and ultimately inspire one another to push forward. So my message to all of you is very simple. Connect, share, and collaborate. Make the most of this opportunity to share your experiences, best practices, and together, all of you can address these challenges and shape the future of tomorrow. So before I sign off, let me take this opportunity to give you a sneak preview of 2 new titles that we are launching in October. Yeah, can I have the slide back on? First one is, wait a minute, the AI Times. So this is going to be the first magazine in the Middle East and Africa region dedicated to AI. We all know AI is taking the world by storm. It's not a fad. There are so many use cases. There are a lot of projects moving from POC to production. In fact, 90% of the CIOs in the room have highlighted AI as #1 strategic investment priority for the next year in your nominations. So feel free to share all your success stories, implementations with us, and we would be more than happy to cover them. The next one, just wait for it. This has got nothing to do with technology. This is a wellness and longevity magazine for the C-suite executives. I know all of you are in very high demanding, high pressure jobs, and we all know what workplace stress can do to our health. Now, I had a lot of fun doing this magazine. But normally I talk to technology leaders. This time around I spoke to a lot of doctors, scientists, researchers in this field. And they all told me one thing, that it would actually be possible to reverse our biological age within this decade through epigenetic interventions, by sleeping well, eating healthy, right? So please do find the time to unwind and stay healthy. I know I'm not the best person to talk about fitness, but I sure would love to feel 30 again. So keep an eye out for those two titles. And once again, thank you so much for being here. And let's have some fun over the next couple of days. That's it from me. Thank you.
All right. So that's a glimpse of yesterday. Some of you were lucky enough to see the dancers at the airport. Some of you were lucky enough to shoot and learn how to shoot a bow and arrow. Most of us went and attended the show. That was quite fun. Who were the 5 artists at the show? Who can remember? Tina Turner, Lady Gaga, Michael Jackson, Freddie Mercury. You're calling him Fred. He's like your friend or something. It's Freddie Mercury, a legend. And we're missing one. Meatloaf. Good job. Yes, we're still remembering. I'm impressed. Yes. See, that's why we chose you. So when, Jeevan was talking, and I was like looking at him, he's so fresh, so full of energy, but Jeevan has come a long way, figuratively and technically. Because many of you might not know that he was in the US attending an event, and he had to fly back to Dubai, and then from Dubai to Addis Ababa, and from Addis Ababa to South Africa. So I think he wins. I know there's people from Indonesia, we have people from America, but I think Jeevan wins the longest trip to attend the World CIO 200 Summit. So congratulations, Jeevan. And when we say we have 200 CIOs, we also have many sponsors, and we've thanked the sponsors, but sometimes it's difficult to understand how much complexity is required to book everybody flight tickets, hotels in 2 cities, domestic transfers, and the most complex of all, visas. So yesterday, I was just thinking about, wow. So let's really thank the organizers. Under the leadership of Tushar and Dronak, with Anushri and Jeevan, Raj, Jennifer and Jill, and the whole entire GEC media group. Who did I forget? I forgot Moizuddin. Moiz has been the one running around trying to make sure we're set up today with a screen that works and an audio that's lovely, makes me sound really good. Radio voice. All right, so thanks for that. And the last thing I forgot to mention, after the gala dinner, the black tie, we have a chance to let loose. So what's happening after gala? Gala dinner here, black tie, very serious. And then we go to our rooms to change into a savannah theme. So please get your colors out there, dressed in an African theme because we have the club on the premises. It's the Champagne Bar down that way. And we will have some fun tonight. Now our next speaker from our Dell Technologies and Mindware, our premier sponsor of the evening. Put your hands together, please, to introduce our next speaker. He is the Regional Director of the Channel Data Center Specialists in CEE Meta at Dell Technologies. Sharbil's journey of the world of technology began with a summer job, assembling PCs. And that was the spark. Many of you, I'm sure, started your careers with a spark. So Sharbil was assembling PCs, and that's when his passion for IT was born. Sharbil is no stranger to the stage. He has a distinguished career, earning recognition as a leading industry professional and executive across the region. He's also recently embraced a more holistic view of leadership, focusing on empowering individuals to unlock their potentials and achieve personal and professional growth. You will hear about that in the workshop this afternoon. Sharbil's mantra in life is lead, inspire, transform, and thrive. Please put your hands together to introduce Sharbil Zrabi to the stage from Dell Technologies. Now that the mic did not work for Sharbil, what do you say we retry that entrance again? Right? Because Sharbil put on his t-shirt today and running shoes. He was counting, he flew all the way from Dubai for his grand entrance. And we kind of ruined it for him because the audio didn't work. So we will redo it, but you have to pretend it's the first time, okay? Do we have a deal? All right, perfect. So Sharbil, please go back. First, check the mic. Let's make sure it's working. In the meantime, you know, MCs, they tell us when there's technical issues, we have to fill the space. So what we do now is that while Sharbil is walking back and getting his mic sorted, we're going to take a selfie with me. Are you ready? Okay, for those of you that look good on the right, turn your faces to the right. For those of you that look better on the left, turn your faces to the left. No, we don't want your back. All right, and let's see if we can get everybody on the screen. Oh, wow, yes, lights up. And put your hands up in the air and say, hoo-ha! Amazing. Sharbil, are you ready? No, we cannot hear you. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Okay, remember, we're pretending it's the first time, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Regional Director of Dell Technologies, the one, the only, Sharbil Zrabi!
We do it on slow motion. Good morning. Good morning. So today I decided to wear a t-shirt, you know, to stand by you because all of you are wearing t-shirts. And that would make it the first time that I present wearing a t-shirt, so help me God. All right, 3 takeaways that I'm gonna give you today, and I will mention them to you as we go on. Today, what's constant is change. And we know that applies to information technology, the world that we all here live in. IT and technology has been changing the way we live in ways we could not imagine before. Today, I had an eye-opener a few weeks back. I was having a chat with my 7-year-old son, and I was telling him, what do you want to do when you grow up? And I'm used, to the old-fashioned stuff. When I was a kid and my parents asked me what you want to do, and if I tell them anything that is not a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer, they would look at me like this. No, that will not work. But when I asked my son, he told me, I want to be a YouTuber. Figure that. So I decided to take him off school, and I opened his YouTube channel, and I'm going to make a lot of money out of him. Imagine that. Jokes on the side. This is really an eye-opener, because technology is always changing things. And today, with the rise of AI, things are changing. And we have here, as leaders, one of 3 choices. Either we embrace the change, or we just take the safe route. Let's see what's going to happen. If it works, we join. Or the third choice, we simply resist it, and in this case, we just are going to disappear. And this is why the first takeaway is this. In the future world, there are 2 types of businesses. The businesses that are going to embrace AI and leverage it and thrive, and the businesses who are going to become irrelevant and disappear. And I say this with confidence. Why? Because throughout history, this has happened multiple times. Now, I cannot remember what happened long time ago, but I do remember what has been happening in the late 20th century when the digital revolution started. When we started talking about data centers and clouds and social media and the internet came, and when the internet was something just simply to use an email and to communicate, it became something totally different. And this is today what's happening with AI. And while analysts like Gartner think that AI is at the peak of its hype, I strongly believe that we're just starting. It's so far away from the hype. And as I mentioned at the start, we come from a generation, all of us here, I mean, unless you're 15 years old and superhuman, all of us here come from a generation where we strongly believed that knowledge is what's going to make us successful in life. Our parents told us knowledge is power. And today, knowledge is not just power. Today, knowledge is infinite. It is available at the fingerprints of any single one of us through AI tools or generative AI tools like ChatGPT, or any other tools like the one I created that song at the start. I just put a prompt. And that's really an eye-opener for everybody. What are we going to tell our kids? What advice should you give your kids? What kind of skills should they acquire as they grow up? What kind of professions should they be doing when they grow up? And these all questions that we really are starting to ask ourselves. And the information is so overwhelming. It's so overwhelming. There's a lot of information, and it's so overwhelming to the point that it reminds me of this. I'll give you that example. Back in the days, we used to go to a video shop, and we used to rent that tape. And we used to come and sit and watch it and enjoy it. And sometimes the video player used to be, to get jammed. And we used to go and get another tape just to had the cleaning tape, if all of you remember, right? Who remembers this? Good, I'm not the only old one here. Yeah, so today, we used to be satisfied. Today, with all the streaming platforms that we have an endless choice, and we sit puzzled in front of the TV. Which movie do we want to watch? Which series should I watch? Is this good rated? And then we pick up the phone and text our best friend. What did you watch last? Is it good? And this is what's happening with AI. AI is overwhelming. It comes with endless possibilities. And this is why we need to start thinking and ask ourselves these questions. What's going to come next? But like everything in life, everything has a price. And AI comes with the price of ethical AI. So a lot of things happen today since the inception of AI. And I'll give you those examples. Intellectual loss, intellectual property loss, a lawyer trying to use ChatGPT in order for him to win a lawsuit, but it went wrong. And one of them, which is very important, is this: bias. AI is as good as your data. If your data is not good, the result is not going to be good. So an MIT student asked AI to make her a headshot more professional, so it gave her blue eyes. Imagine that. This is bias or not? It is bias. So we as professionals, we have a responsibility. And the responsibility is to really make AI more ethical. We need to make sure that we are cleaning the data properly. We need to make sure that we are storing the data properly. We need to make sure that we are making everybody understand every decision that AI is taking, why it's taken. Otherwise, we're gonna really reach to a point where AI is gonna become the end of trust. Because I can ask you today, do you really know easily when you go online and when you see those reels on social media, what's AI generated and what's actually human made? Could you? If you could, wait until the last slide and I'll show you something. The other question is AI gonna be your biggest ally or is it gonna be your worst enemy? And my answer is to that, it's a matter of perspective. Let me give you some examples. AI is too complicated. Who agrees? Good. That's one perspective. The other is, AI is just a tool that I can use. So Basil was actually trying to say that you all took long flights here. How did you come? Did you use a plane, right? How many of you are hydraulic engineer or mechanical engineers? Do you know how a plane functions 100%? Do you know all the parts? Do you know how to fly a plane? No. All you care about is that plane took you from point A to point B, and that's AI. It's gonna take you from point A, B, and C, and it's a tool that is available to you to use. That's why it's very important to embrace AI. Another perspective, AI will take my job. Who believes that AI is gonna take their job? One? Well, at least you're courageous. Two? Good. The other perspective is AI is gonna take my job to the next level. Who believes that? Yeah, come on. AI is superior to humans. And some people think of that. But what I think is AI makes human more superior. Why? Another example. Apart from Cristiano Ronaldo's commercial when he's, racing a Bentley, if I remember well. Bentley? No, not a Bentley. Bugatti. Yeah, it's a Bugatti. Can any human be faster than a car? No. Does that mean cars are superior to human? No. But cars can take a human from point A to point B in a very fast and safe way. Well, to a certain extent. And this is what we mean, but AI makes a human more superior. And the same goes on about art and literature. If you're a copywriter, you're gonna sit at home. If you're an artist, find a job. It is not gonna be like that. Why? Because AI is robotic. AI is programmatic. We are still human. Although now they are teaching AI models how to have empathy. So if you have a conversational AI chatbot, they can even feel. If you tell them, I'm lonely, they can suggest what you can do. So they're being empathetic. But at the same time, they don't have the power of emotion. An AI chatbot does not have the power of gut feeling. How many times did you want to do something and then you felt, no, I don't want to do it? While all the data told you you should do it, but then your gut feeling told you don't. And 99% of the time, you felt that your gut feeling was right. So, there's something stuck. Okay, I can continue. So, Since we said it's a matter of perspective, the second takeaway that I'm gonna keep, or that I'm gonna give you to take away with you is, because I promised you 3 takeaways, is actually strong leaders innovate for the future. So good leaders, they might think back and decide how they want to do things. Strong leaders, they innovate for the future. Each one of you, you are here because you are strong leaders, and this is what Basil said. You have been handpicked from all across the globe, 54 cities if I'm not mistaken, to come and represent your organization and your country. So you are here for a reason. You are strong leaders and you innovate. And that's why when you go back to your offices, whether it's a physical office or a remote office, please start embracing AI in your organization. And your first item on your agenda should be, if it's not there yet, and I believe it could be for most of you, how am I going to use AI in order for me to help my organization's business get better? And speaking of innovatives and leaders, this is what actually we've been doing at Dell Technologies. We've been innovating to drive human progress. And when we say drive human progress, although it's a big word, we actually drive human progress in the way we help our customers deliver on their business priorities. And we do that by innovating in 5 major pillars. I'm not going to list them one by one to you, but you all know what Dell has been doing. Today's focus is more AI. And because we want to focus on AI, and because we've been building solutions for AI, we wanted also to understand, what do the customers want? And every organization today is looking at AI to answer 3 major questions. 1, how can it serve my customers better? How can I use AI to serve my customers better? 2, how can I make it more efficient? I want it to be fast, I want it to be efficient. I want to have a very good end user experience for my customers. And 3, which is the most important in my opinion, if you talk to your CFO, is, okay, you're gonna have AI and it's gonna cost you an arm and a leg, so how is it gonna make me profit? When am I gonna get my return on investment? And if you look at this, and if we look at our customers 1 year back, AI was just, hey, what are you doing with AI? Well, we're testing, we're checking things out. Oh, okay, nice. Now, we sit with the same customers, and suddenly they have new roles. They have a chief AI officer, they have an AI innovator, I don't know, titles that I've never heard of in my life. Why? Because these people are busy today looking at how they can identify use cases that is gonna help their business or the business of their organizations thrive. They're looking at their data. Is my data clean enough? Do I have the right data? Should I build more data? What should I do with it? They're looking at the large language models. Which one should they use? They're looking at the infrastructure. When everybody thinks that AI is simply getting a GPU and plugging it in, it's not. AI, and I'll give you an example. You all know ChatGPT. ChatGPT 3.5 was trained on 1.7 trillion parameters. Do you know how many GPUs it took to achieve that? By the raise of hand, does anybody know? Can we take this slide off? Okay, nobody. 60,000 GPUs. 60,000 H100 NVIDIA GPUs were required to actually train ChatGPT 3.5. Imagine how many it required for 4.0. Do you know how many servers that is? If we take into consideration the Dell Extreme server, which handles 8 GPUs, that would be 7,500 servers. So when you think you have the right infrastructure, think not only 10 times the infrastructure that you have, or the, like let's say the power of the and consumption, the CPUs, the GPUs, the everything. That performance multiplied by 50, by 100, depending on your use case. And that's why it's important to look into the right partner for your business. The second thing that the organizations are looking for is the different deployment models and the use cases. And we've been speaking about large language models. Now we're no longer talking about large language models only. We're also talking about smaller AI, which are smaller language models that are made just for specific enterprises and for specific use cases. We're talking about, like the title of the session, how we can bring AI to your data, because your data today is dispersed across your core data centers, your private cloud, your public cloud, and the edge, if you have the edge or like edge locations. So are we gonna take all this data and bring it to the core? No, it's gonna be distributed. So we're talking about distributed AI. And then we're talking about as well the distributed PCs, AI algorithms running over a distributed PCs. And today, all the new PCs are coming equipped not with a CPU, they're coming equipped with something called NPU. N stands for neural. And that neural CPU is helping this distributed model for an AI algorithm to run in different instances on multiple PCs. So the deployment models and the use cases are evolving, and customers are becoming lost and overwhelmed. And then, okay, so we decided which use case, we have all the infrastructure, so how are we gonna do it? And most of the organizations today are opting for the pre-trained model. And the pre-trained model is that you bring an LLM and you put it in your infrastructure behind a firewall. Or you simply use it, you know, like you can go, for example, on an NVIDIA's website, they have a platform where you can test your use case. But it's on their data center, which sits somewhere in a cloud. What's the positive of this? It helps you have a shortcut from inception to inference, which is where you're gonna start actually using that pre-trained model. Now, most of the organizations are gonna come here to the augmentation. And the augmentation means is that you take that LLM, but you start training it on all your data parameters. All right? And then the other model is the fine-tuning. And this means we're gonna take that model that we trained on our own data, and we're gonna teach it how to think. I'll give you an example. If I teach my model on cats, so I give the model like maybe 100 pictures of different types of cats, and the model is trained. And then I give the model actually a photo of a tiger, and I say, is this a cat? What's the answer? Yes. Why? Because we did not put all the data parameters that we should train the model. So we did not fine tune, and this is how we fine tune. So now we go to the model and say, it's a cat if it looks like this, and it is not really too big. This is the maximum size, and it looks like it weighs 5 kilos max. And then I show the tiger. It will say, no, this is not a cat. But guess what? It will not know it's a tiger, because it's not trained to know it's a tiger. So this is how you fine tune. And then the model training, where actually is doing everything from scratch, building your LLM all the way here. And this is where we believe that very few organizations are gonna be, mostly tech organizations and telcos, who are gonna have their own data scientists building their own AI from scratch. And then you have the AI landscape that's becoming so daunting. You see all these companies behind me? They all have something to offer in AI. So imagine you want to build your use case. Who do you talk to? Where do you start? And this is where Dell comes in. We have built a simplified AI journey for our customers that goes from the strategizing all the way to scaling. So we're gonna sit with you and we're gonna discuss with you what do you want to achieve, what kind of use cases you can make, what kind of infrastructure it takes. We're gonna put it into the implementation stage. We're gonna train it. We're gonna do everything all the way. This is the power of Dell Technologies, and this is what you can achieve when you're powering with Dell Technologies. And we don't do that only through Dell Technologies solutions. We have partnered with leading AI providers, each in their own segment, in order for us to bring you one holistic approach. And the jewel of that is our partnership with NVIDIA. What you see behind me is what Jensen, now Basil will tell me, is he your friend? The CEO of NVIDIA what he actually said, and you can actually find it on YouTube, him saying this. And I promise you, it's not his avatar. It's him at our Dell World event. And with NVIDIA, we've built this, what we call the AI Dell Factory, and it is really an industry-first, end-to-end enterprise AI solution that has all the components that you need from Dell Technologies and the Dell Technologies partner. So my third takeaway, why Dell for AI? Because it's not just about the technology, it's not just about the process, it's also about the people who are going to help you and striking the right partnerships in a world that is so overwhelming. With this, I leave it to my avatar to close.
At Dell Technologies, we thrive on innovation, and we will continue to develop solutions that will help our customers' businesses thrive. I truly hope you enjoyed my session today. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you all a delightful day. Dankie vir u aandag en ek wens u almal heerlike dag toe. Muchas gracias a todos
Spanish.
por su atención e interés.
See,
Ha
I
sido
just
un
learned
placer
how to
estar
talk
con
3
ustedes
languages
hoy.
in 2
Les
seconds.
deseo un día maravilloso, lleno de éxito.
Thank you very much.
Hey, hey, thank you, Sharbil.
And-
And a special round of applause for Sharbil. He had to deal with audio issues and then video restarted, but you did well. I'm very
Thank you very
impressed.
much. I'll be here today, tomorrow. If you want to have a chat, please come to Store IT or Mindworth booth, and I'll be there. Thank you very much.
Clicker, please. Thank you. All right. For every sponsor presentation, we are going to follow it up with a small competition. Anybody in the audience knows how to play Wordle? Yes, you've heard about it? Okay, I'll explain it to those that haven't played Wordle in the past. Wordle is a puzzle to guess a 5-letter word. 5 letters, okay? Sharbil, in his presentation, on his slides, he mentioned a 5-letter word. You need to guess it. And if you guess it correctly, you will win a prize. You have a choice. Are you ready for the choices? The first choice is a wireless 28 hours playtime wireless Bluetooth earphone. Second choice is a wireless Bluetooth headset. And third choice is a Bluetooth soundbar for your TV or music at home. Okay? Are you ready to guess? Yes, okay. I hate people when they have to. I'm not going to give you another chance. When I say, are you ready to guess? I need energy in the room. Who wants to take the first guess? 5 letters. Sharbil said it. You raise your hand first. Skill. S-K. Raj. S-K-I-L-L. Skill. That's a good guess, sir. But it is wrong. Now, we have some clues. Because skill showed us that the S, the K, the L are word letters that are not in our word. That's why they are gray. Gray letters are not in our word. Okay? The I is a letter that is in our word, but it is in the wrong position. This is why it is yellow. Are you listening to the directions? Because many people want to guess, but you're never going to guess the word if you don't listen to the directions. So the I is in the wrong place, and there is no S-K-L-L. Who wants to guess what the word is? Yes. Gen AI. Okay. G-E-N-A-I. Hooray! We got a winner. All right. You want the earbuds? You want the headset, or you want the speaker? Headset. It's her choice, not yours. Congratulations! That was a very good guess. Perfect. Good catch. You see, we're very, very cool in the GAC CIO 200 Summit. Okay, our next speaker is a very special guest. He is a globally acclaimed Indian music composer, environmentalist, and humanitarian, whose contribution to music and sustainability have earned him international recognition. Not a one, not a two, but a 3-time Grammy Award winner. He is also a US Billboard #1 artist and a United Nations Goodwill Ambassador. Named GQ Man of the Year, single ladies out there, please know. Ricky's music and mission have made him a prominent figure worldwide. He's released 24 studio albums internationally. His music has been part of 3,500 TV and radio commercials, and he's been featured in 8 films. Ricky has made a significant impact to the music industry. He's performed in over 35 countries. He is a UNCCD Goodwill Ambassador, a UNHCR high-profile supporter, a UNICEF celebrity supporter, and a UNESCO Global Ambassador for Kindness. Ricky will be talking to us about uniting cultures and transcending borders. Please welcome to the stage, Ricky Cash, 3-time Grammy Award winner.
Internationally renowned Indian music composer and environmentalist, a US Billboard #1 artist,
3 times Grammy Award winner. He's won over 100 awards.
Ricky Cash.
It is time to shine a light. Let's do this. It is time.
Ricky Cash, our champion for nature.
I take this opportunity to say thank you to Ricky Cash. Ricky has been inspiring and is one of our champions.
My brother Ricky, I'm really proud of you as always.
We are rolling this together. We are rolling this together. And nothing can remind us like a simple.
And the Grammy goes to Winds of Samsara.
And in the black.
I'd like to thank the Recording Academy. Asatoma Satgamaya Om Shanti 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 Om. Thank you.
And the Grammy goes to Stuart Copeland and Ricky Cash.
In India, we've got a saying called as Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which literally means the world is one family. Live in peace with all entities on this planet, whether it is the animals, the wildlife, the forest.
It is time to shine your.
Stuart Copeland, Divine Tides, and Ricky Cash.
It's our time. Let's do this. It is
Namaste and thank you.
Climate change is absolutely real. Climate change is human-induced, and our actions are affecting countries on the other side of the world.
And now, presenting 3-time Grammy Award winner, United Nations Goodwill Ambassador, Ricky Cash.
Namaste, everyone. Let's try that again. Namaste, everyone.
Internationally renowned.
Okay, the video is playing on loop. Anyway, it's a huge honor for me to be over here to present my thoughts to you today. I'm just going to speak a little bit from my heart. I don't have a presentation, don't have a so-called keynote. But nevertheless, so to start off, I'm just going to speak a little bit about my journey getting over here as a musician. Ever since I remember, since the time I remember, I've always been 2 things. I've been a musician and I've been an environmentalist. 2 pillars that have pretty much dictated my whole life and every single life decision that I've ever made. And, it is, growing up, my father had this massive, massive music collection. Not just the hits of that particular era, like the Bee Gees, Michael Jackson, or Madonna, but he also had a whole lot of music which were from obscure, so-called obscure genres from around the world. Music from different parts of the world, different cultural forms of music. While my siblings and my friends, they were obsessed with television, with video games, with cartoons, with different types of visual media, I was completely obsessed with my music system. I would listen to music all day long. I would try to pull apart songs, try to understand who the musicians are in all of those songs, what kind of instruments they play, what kind of cultures they come from, what are they thinking while they're creating their music. So a lot of my education happened actually through music. And of course, it is through music that I fell in love with nature, that I fell in love with the environment, fell in love with wild animals, simply because, at the end of the day, how did music start? Music started off as sounds from within nature, right? Sounds of the birds, sounds of the animals, sounds of the trees, sounds of the raindrops falling, sounds of the wind. And then later on, we human beings started taking those sounds and making them more pleasing for our human ears. And then what happened next? We started taking objects from nature, like bamboo flutes and and boxes of seeds as percussion instruments, or animal skin as percussion instruments, bowls of water. We started taking objects from nature and creating musical instruments out of that. So music and nature has always been one and the same. And if you look at any indigenous culture anywhere in the world, any ancient indigenous culture that is still living right now, they still sing songs about nature, and their songs are about imitating the sounds of nature and imitating the sounds of animals. And also I realized while growing up that I was quite a weird child, simply because, my family and I, we lived in the middle of nowhere in this really small town in America. I grew up over there for the first 6 years of my life. And we had a lot of wooded areas around my home. And we would have a whole lot of so-called creepy, crawly animals entering our home on a regular basis, like snakes and lizards and chameleons and frogs and those kind of animals. And while my teachers and my parents would tell me that as soon as you see those animals, step on them and kill them or run away from them, my question at that really young age to my parents would be that, that if you're supposed to kill them the minute we see them, then why do they exist? They obviously have some sort of purpose. And now we all realize that every single species of animal, no matter how seemingly insignificant or seemingly small or seemingly dangerous, is a very important part of our ecosystem. And it is this delicate balance of the ecosystem that keeps all of us alive and serves all of us equally. Anyway, moving on, it's in our 12th grade, at least in India, because later on I moved to India, and it's in our 12th grade that we have to make a very strong decision as to what we want to do for the rest of our lives. I'm sure it's similar in most other countries, but it's in our 12th grade in India that we have to make a very strong decision as to what we want to do for the rest of our lives. So I had made a very strong decision that I wanted to be a musician. I wanted music to be my hobby, my profession, my bread and butter, and I wanted to make music till the day I die. So I went to my father, who is a third generation doctor, and I went to him, no musicians in my family, by the way. So I went to my father, who's a third generation doctor and an Indian parent, and I told him, Dad, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. And he was absolutely furious. And he was like, all right, you can do music for the rest of your life, but what's your profession going to be? Because he could not articulate it in his mind that music could actually be a profession. Then after a lot of pushing and pulling, a lot of arguments with my parents, we reached a compromise that I would finish off a degree in dental surgery. And once I get that degree in dental surgery, they would make my life my own, and they would never question me again for the rest of my life ever again. My life is complete my own, and they would never interfere again. So that's what I did. I went to 5 years of dental college, went to college every day for 5 years, and at the end of 5 years, I did not know anything about dentistry, but I got a degree in dental surgery. But nevertheless, if you think about it, my decisions were based out of passion, because after I finished off my dental degree, I did not practice even for a single day. I just very ceremoniously took the degree certificate, went to my father, and I gave it to him, and I told him that, dentistry is a very noble and a very important profession, but it's not for me. I need to be a musician, so I'm not going to be practicing. But nevertheless, imagine if I was fearful, if I based my decisions on fear, because that's what my father did. My father based his decisions on fear. Fear of me failing, fear of me not getting married into a good family, fear of me starving to death or being unsuccessful, fear of what he's going to tell his relatives as to what I do for a living. So he based his decisions on fear. Imagine if I was fearful and I got that degree and I decided that, all right, let me have a day job and let me have a clinic from 9 to 5 and I'll treat patients from 9 to 5. I would be treating patients, I would be doing all of these, surgical procedures and tooth extractions and things like that. And all that I would be thinking about while I'm doing these procedures on my patients is when can I go back home and play on my keyboard or play on my guitar. I would be a very frustrated professional. In such kind of a scenario, would any of you like to come to me for a surgical procedure? Absolutely not. So it's important for us to do what we are passionate about, not just for us, but for society in general. Anyway, so I started off my musical profession. And when I started off my musical profession, I started off doing commercials for television and radio. You know, the commercials that you hear on television, on radio for various brands. And in a span of about 13 years, I did more than 3,500 commercials. I was doing more commercial. Oh, thank you. So I did commercials for pretty much every brand and their competitor, whether it was Air India, or Lufthansa, or Pepsi, or Coke, or McDonald's, or Burger King. Every brand and their competitor everywhere in the world, I was making commercials for them. Now, after doing this for 13 years, it sort of dawned on me that these big brands understood the power of music. They understood the power of music to sell a product in their case, because they're always trying to sell something. So they understood that music is a really powerful language, not just for communicating a message, but for retaining that message deep in the consciousness and deep in the head of a listener. Like, for example, the songs that we learned during our childhood are songs that we never forget. If there are any morals in those songs that we listen to during our childhood, those morals pretty much dictate our entire lives. And that is the power of music, and these big brands understood that music can be a very powerful tool to sell their products, and that is why they were spending a few $1,000s on me to create a piece of music for them, and they were spending millions of dollars to actually air that music on television and radio. So they were basing their multi-million-dollar campaigns to actually producing music, because they realized that music is such a powerful medium for them. So that is when I realized that I, being a musician, I need to harness the power of music, simply because I feel passionately about so many things, like I mentioned about the environment, about species, about climate change, about plastics pollution, about air pollution, about various social issues around those areas. So I decided that as a sudden stop, I'm going to stop doing all forms of commercial music, and every piece of music that comes off my head, comes off my fingers, comes out of my studio, is going to be about, in my own tiny capacity, to make this world a better place. And that is what started off a new journey of mine when it came to music. Then after that started the next part of it, that I had started making music on my father of the nation in my country. Who's the father of my nation, India? Fantastic, Mahatma Gandhi. So I started making music on Mahatma Gandhi, and I was sort of like creating music, not sure about where it's going to go. And I was a huge fan of this South African musician, a musician called Wouter Kellerman, a South African flute player. It turns out that he was also a huge fan of mine. We both met in Los Angeles, and we were trying to figure out what kind of an album, how can we collaborate with each other. And then there was a second huge coincidence, that he had just finished making a few pieces of music on his father of the nation, that is Nelson Mandela. So we decided, this is what we're going to do. You send me your South African music and I'll add Indianness to it. And I'll send you my Indian music, you add South Africanness to it. Because with these two great gentlemen, that is Mahatma Gandhi and Nelson Mandela, there was a whole lot of cross-pollination there, because Mahatma Gandhi, as some of us know, spent his formative years in South Africa. So he had a little bit of South Africanness in him. And Nelson Mandela was heavily inspired by the non-violence movement by Mahatma Gandhi. So he had a lot of Indianness in him. So Wouter Kellerman, the South African flute player, and I, we worked on an album for 2.5 years. We became the best of friends while making this album. And at the end of 2.5 years, we had the album called Winds of Samsara ready. The album became hugely successful, became the highest selling instrumental album of 2014, and that ended up with me winning my first Grammy Award in 2015. Thank you. Now, since then, I won another 2 Grammy Awards, and I'm really grateful for that. And the thing about awards and the beauty of it is that a lot of people feel that, oh, when it comes to awards, this is not something that I like, or like awards is not something that is important. And that's true to an extent, because the thing about awards is that one should not aim to win an award, but one should create fantastic art. And if awards is a byproduct of that, one should accept that with complete conviction and with complete beauty. Simply because, especially with my kind of music, which has got a strong message, each and every award that comes in, and I'm really grateful for these 3 Grammy Awards, is that each and every award gives you a platform. for more and more people to take your music seriously and for taking your message seriously. And one has to wonder that how do I use this platform that has been gifted to me to actually make a difference in this world, and that's what I've always strived to do. Now, with all the problems that we face on our planet, and we face so many problems, I named some of them just now. We've got environmental problems like, as I mentioned, climate change. We've got species extinction, deforestation, plastics pollution, air pollution. We've got so many societal issues like gender inequality, gender violence, problems with innovation, education, malnutrition, poverty, hunger. With all of these problems, I've always believed that the biggest threat to us as a species is the constant thought that we have that somebody else will make a difference. We're always waiting for governments to make a difference, for intergovernmental bodies, for corporations, for leaders, for politicians to make a difference, when the truth is that the only way we can bring about meaningful change is if we change our own behaviors. Now, we always passionately talk about changing the world, and even I'm guilty of that. We constantly talk about changing the world, but we very rarely talk about changing ourselves. And that is not because we're evil people. It's not because we are bad people. It's simply because the way our education system has been around us, the way we built our systems around us, we have started to believe that we are very insignificant as people. Like, for example, if I stop using single-use plastics, what difference will it make? Or if I'm kind to people, what difference will it make? Or if I use public transportation and reduce my dependence on fossil fuels, what difference will it make? But it does make a huge difference, because all that we need is small, tiny, incremental changes within our own lives, and that's all that matters. We just have to care about what we are doing. Now, how do we encourage all of us around us? How do we encourage everybody? How do we encourage ourselves to be the change that we want to see? How do we do this? How do we encourage everybody to be significant? Or believe that they are significant? Now, we can showcase a ton of scientific data to people, and the scientific data is extremely important, but we can showcase scientific data to people, and that will not change mindsets. We can showcase a whole lot of analytics and statistics to people, that will probably not change mindsets. What is needed is for artists and storytellers to take these complex ideas and thoughts and to simplify it through the emotional language of the arts, in my case, music. And that will hit the hearts and souls of people, and that is what will bring about change. So what needs to happen is that people who find solutions, people who figure out what the problems of our world are, like the scientists, the technologists, the leaders, they need to figure out, as I said, the problems and the solutions. And then the communication part should be left to artists, and that's why there needs to be a whole lot of collaboration between policymakers and scientists and artists to actually communicate the problems of today and try to change mindsets. Now, what am I doing in my life? This is how I'm going to end this talk. So the few things that I do within my life to make a difference, through my own capacity, is that the first thing is that I do not subscribe to fast fashion. This suit that you see me wearing, you will see it, if you go onto my Instagram, you will see it in at least 20 or 30 different events, because I keep wearing this and I keep repeating this particular outfit. I only have 11 sets of clothes at any given point of time, and I keep re-wearing them, because the earth does not remember what you wore for the last party or the last event, but the earth definitely remembers how you treat it. And fast fashion, as we all know, is one of the most polluting industries, simply because the fibers that we wear have to be grown somewhere. They have to be grown in some sort of an agricultural land. And if they're not grown, then they're usually polluting plastics. So basically, I would say that sustainable fashion is a step in the right direction, but what we need to do is just buy good quality stuff and constantly re-wearing it. And whatever we buy with a lot of mindfulness, with a lot of deliberation, and with a lot of thought. And then once we re-wear our clothes, we should actually put those pictures on social media, and we should do away with the paradigm on Instagram that every single picture has to have a different costume, and double down on the fact that we're re-wearing our clothes and showcase this as an example to people that we are being more responsible to the planet. The second thing is that when it comes to food, I have a meat-free diet, but that is something that cannot be imposed on anybody, because there are a lot of cultural significances and there are a lot of dietary significances. But everybody can find their own path through informed, educated choices. The third thing is that I do not own a car, because I realize that when I travel outside my own city, I'm using public transportation. So it's very easy for me to learn public transportation within my own city, so why not do that? So basically, I do not own a car, and I just use public transportation within my own city. And lastly, like how all of us get our finances audited every quarter, I get my personal carbon footprint audited every quarter. And there are lots of firms that actually do this. So you can get your carbon and your water footprint audited every quarter. And then I have meetings with these auditors to figure out how can I reduce my carbon footprint for the next quarter, what can I do differently to reduce my impact on the planet, and then I mitigate my carbon footprint by tree plantation and by investment in renewable energy companies. So to end with, I'm just going to end with a quote by the famous Senegalese philosopher, Baba Diom. So Baba Diom said something that is really important. He said that at the end of the day, we as human beings, we will only protect things that we love. That's all. That's how we are. We do not care about things which are beyond our circle. We will only protect things that we love. We will only love things that we understand. And we will only understand things that we are taught. So I'll repeat that again. At the end of the day, we as human beings, we will only protect things that we love. We will only love things that we understand. And we will only understand things that we are taught. So all of us, I think, in general, we have to make it our mission to fall in love with the natural world, to fall in love with nature, to fall in love with our planet, and hopefully through that love, we will find it within ourselves to protect, to conserve, and to sustain. Thank you so much.
Wow. Ricky, that was something. You know, I had an epiphany during Ricky's presentation. He said, you only love what you understand. And finally, after 18 years of marriage, I discovered I should not be sharing that with the audience. Okay, let's go back. Our next presentation is a partner keynote. What does that mean? What do we do after partner keynotes? Wordle, right? So pay attention. We're looking for a 5-letter word. So, Ali El-Kontar is the founder and CEO of 0 and 1, a leading cloud-native service provider and AWS consulting partner in the Middle East and North Africa region. He's a seasoned entrepreneur. He's also no stranger to the stage. He's participated in many of the CIO 200 events around the world. He's a cloud technology expert. Not many of you know, but he's the CEO of 0 and 1, yet he still maintains and holds 10 AWS certifications. For any of you that have how many of you have one AWS certification? Has it been maintained? You need to like retake the test every few years? You're doing that, yes? Anybody with 2 AWS certifications? Oh, we got 1. 2, 3, okay, 3 AWS, going once, going twice. 1 guy, 4. Khalas, enough. Ali has 10. So please, a big warm welcome to Ali El-Kontar, CEO of 0 and 1. Next.
So, how many of you have it hard times to get his kids out of the door every time you want to go out? It's like herding kittens, right? So this is my story. One day, I was stuck in traffic. I arrived a bit late. We had a family event. I said, guys, listen, 10 minutes we'll be in the car. I'll get a shower, dress, we'll be in the car. Yeah, I can get a shower very fast. So, I had finished, dressed, get out. My son is on the PlayStation. My daughter is playing her guitar. And I was like, guys, we need to leave. This is my son. I'm in the middle of a game. And then my daughter is, I didn't hear you. And that's how I lost my mind. The end. Now, all I needed was to get my kids right on time so we don't miss our event. But then it struck me. Something I've learned during management classes, which is you cannot inspire accountability in others if you don't model it yourself. So I realized I was only blaming my kids for all the responsibility of us being late without taking my part in it. So I took a different approach. And I looked into the mirror. And I was like, what I was doing or not doing that has been contributing to this problem? And then it hit me. I knew what time we had to go out. I knew what time we need to be there. But we don't have clocks around the house. And I discovered that this is a different dimension for my kids. Time does not cease to exist. And then I knew when they have to be ready. Dressed, breakfast, room, getting out. But did they? Solution. I hang clocks all over the place. I posted the schedule in common area. And guess what? It works. It works. Now we're not perfectly out every time, but it has improved a lot. So I fell to this trap that most leaders in organization fell into, where we try to blame problems on everyone without thinking of how we might have contributed to this problem. So like parenting, you know, everyone has the capacity to be a parent. But not everyone should be a parent, or not everyone wants to be a parent. Just like leadership. We all have the capacity to be leaders. But does everyone wants to be a leader? Or does everyone should be a leader? And that's because it comes with a huge personal sacrifice. Leaders are not in charge. We are responsible for the people who are in our charge. Leadership comes with a cost. With the cost of when everything goes right, you have to give all the credit. And when everything goes south, wrong, you need to take the responsibility. And that sucks, right? So, it's things like staying late to teach someone what to do. It's things like when we do mistakes, you don't go yelling or taking over. You go like, try again. Remember, leaders are not responsible for the job. They are responsible for the people who are responsible for the job. We're so quick in fire and hire. But we don't fire our children. So imagine you have a kid suffering or in school. Okay, get ready, you're up for adoption. Of course no. So why our basic instinct when someone is suffering in performance at work, the first instinct is you're out. We do not practice empathy. So what's empathy? Imagine this. Someone walks to your office from your team and your numbers has been dropping for the last 3 quarters in a row. You need to pick up those numbers or I don't know how the future will look like. How inspired this person is be to come to work next day. Now, same scenario. Your numbers has been dropping for the last 3 months, 3 quarters. Are you okay? What's wrong? How can I help? We all have performance problems. Maybe his kid is sick. Maybe he's having problems in his marriage. Maybe one of his parents is dying. We don't know. But of course, it will affect their performance. Empathy is about understanding the human, not only their outcome. We keep saying you are the leaders of the future. But we are the leaders of the future now. We are the leaders, we are in control now. What are we doing? That's empathy. Do you know what's the common factor between all my failed relations? Me. So, it's like when someone comes and say, I'm trying to get the best out of my people. Maybe it's you. So, I discovered 3 habits that can help us practice empathy and get a better performance out of our people. We'll call these 3 habits the personal accountability habit. So, habit 1, do not blame. Think of the last time you blamed someone for something. How did it go? Not well, I assume. Because blame, our brains perceive blame the same way it perceives physical attack. When we blame someone, we trigger flight or fight modes. That's the response. And it automatically shut down the prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for reasoning in our brains. So when I was blaming my kids, that was not motivating them. That was technically impairing their brain function. And when people are blamed, they will never admit their mistakes or their problems if they know they're gonna be blamed for it, right? In blame cultures, people are scared to share because they don't wanna be blamed for that. Blame destroys problem solving, team trust, intuitions, initiatives, and learning. In other words, blame kills accountability. So what do we do? What do we do instead? And that's habit number 2. Look in the mirror. The way our brain function is that we always notice, we're so good in noticing the problems in others, but we are literally so bad in noticing how did we contribute to these problems, where we don't take accountability. One day, we were preparing for this massive campaign, and I asked my admin to help me ship out very expensive marketing packages for prospect client. We sent them out. A few weeks later, nothing, no response, nothing. So I went and I checked one of the cover letters, and it read, "Dear James, insert company name here." Oh shit. So she missed one of the variables in that template, and that was a lot of money. Of course, she felt very awful. She said, "It's totally my mistake, I'm sorry." And then I was thinking like, Don, yes, it's your fault. Of course it's your fault. But no. I looked into the mirror, and I was like, what would I have been doing or done that have contributed to this problem. And then I noticed that I never highlighted these variables in yellow like we usually do in all our other templates. And of course, if I have highlighted them in yellow, she would have never missed that. I'm not saying that all mistakes are my fault, but if we look closely for every mistake that happened, we might have been contributing. And if we understand where did we contribute, so we can take some actions to solve this. And this is a very profound insight. The fact, the next time you have any problem, ask yourself, where I might have contributed to this problem. People around us will not allow us to make them accountable if we don't expose ourselves or if we don't make sure that we are accountable by ourselves. No. What if the problem is not what you think it is? And that's habit number 3. Engineer the solution. Now, again, our brain is hardwired to blame the person who is closest to the problem without noticing all the other causes. That's how we always blame the people who are very close to the problem. There is a fix for that called system engineering, which is noticing how the environment and processes are influencing the outcome. So this term, system thinking or system engineering, evolved during the end of the World War II, where the US Air Force had a big issue. They discovered that most of their planes were crashing without any mechanical problems. So, conclusion, our pilots are idiots. They engaged a consultant to hire better pilots. The consultant started the investigation, and they discovered there's nothing wrong with the pilots. It was a cockpit design problem. For instance, if the gear handles feels the same and look the same and placed next to each other, it's very easily for the pilots to confuse them. If the controls were placed in different positions in different types of airplanes, again, the pilots would confuse them. So, it wasn't a pilot problem. Design better cockpits. So the US Air Force went, engineered the solution, and simplified the design of cockpits. The same thing when I was blaming my kids. When I stopped blaming them and looked at what is in this environment that might have been affecting their behavior. And that's when I hanged those clocks and posted the schedule and gave them the information they need so they can perform. Stop asking whose fault is this. Instead, ask where did the process break down? This is your secret weapon to short-circuit the blame game and to get into your sustainable solutions to give you better outcomes. Remember, you cannot inspire accountability in people unless you model it yourself. Now, the next time, sorry, I'm going backward. So the next time you face a problem, please follow the 3 habits. Just try it. Do not blame. Look in the mirror and engineer the solution. And see how the outcomes will change. In this world, we want people, we're in desperate need for people who would take ownership of problems and think of solutions. And the secret is, when you model these behaviors, so the people around you. So be the change you want to see in others. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. Oh, that was good. I liked it. Yes, I need that. First step in Ali's tested at home solution: don't blame. Second step: mirror. Look in the mirror. That's a difficult one. Third step: engineer the solution. I like it. Awesome. Now we play Wordle. Who has a guess? 5-letter words. Don't shout it out. I won't pick on you. I won't pick on you because you shouted it out. Yes, sir. Blame. B-L-A-M-E. Raj. Let's see how many letters. Who? We know that the word has a B. We know the word has an A. Yes, sir. Habit. Is it habit, Raj? H-A-B-I-T. Absolutely yes. Congratulations. What would you like? Earpod? Blah blah or speaker? Blah blah? Blah blah. He wants the blah blah. You get a red one or black one? Oh, you get a black one. You want a red one? Black is good, yes, absolutely. Congratulations. All right, so you might have noticed the lights flickering. That is a sign for all sponsor presentations. When the lights flicker, you have 2 minutes. If you don't end your presentation in 2 minutes, we shut you off. We turn red. It becomes a big problem. Next on stage, we have a very interesting guest. By using nature and natural leadership as a tapestry, Alan is an accomplished motivational speaker and storyteller, and is a TEDx Amsterdam invitee. His stories tell of wild adventure and life-changing chapters in the bush, of incredible encounters and a special connection with the world's largest walking mammal. What's the world's largest walking mammal? Elephant, absolutely. Of interconnectedness, of recognition that ultimately shows how nature goes with us, and how living patterns and principles are absolutely essential in modern leadership. It is an invitation to step outside your imagination into the present moment, for it is here we are able to plug into the great operating system of everything, consciousness. So to bridge the gap between technology and nature, please put your hands together and welcome our wilderness guide, Alan McSmith. Remember, down to go forward. So Alan, you've been chosen by another reset of the screen. Do you encounter such technical glitches out in the wilderness? Your mic Is your mic on?
I don't think so. Is it on?
Okay. No, like physically, yeah, it's on here. Can we get Alan's mic?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, he's got his mic. So I was asking Alan if he's encountered technical glitches in the wild, and you said?
I've encountered a lot of glitches, but none of them technical. This is not my natural habitat, so.
I could assume so. But we are up and running, I guess. So congratulations and welcome.
Thank you, thank you. Just waiting for the first slide to come up.
They need to load the slides. Yeah, we can do that. So how did you get to a place where you can talk about leadership and connect it to nature?
Basil, can we do that in the presentation?
Okay,
it's a
awesome.
story I'm really itching to share with you.
Let's go, let's go. It's all yours.
Can we go?
The world is full of strange behavior. Every man has to be his own savior. I know I can make it on my own if I try. But I'm searching for a great heart to stand me by underneath the African sky. A great heart to stand me by. I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart to hold and keep me by. I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart under African skies. Sometimes I feel that you really know me. Sometimes there's so much you can show me. There's a highway of stars across the heavens. There's a whispering song of the wind in the grass. There's a rolling thunder.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the organizers and the sponsors for this special privilege. I guess you're all wondering why a wilderness guide is speaking at your event. What if I tell you that we are colleagues? We in fact colleagues. We're colleagues in the business of connectivity. And in my humble opinion, I believe we are colleagues in the business of being human. And thank you. Before I start the story, I'd like to explain what's going on with these chairs here. So we have a little, yeah, it's a habit. It's kind of like a ritual, if you like, on our wilderness trails. So whenever we're having a information session, or maybe we're having a sharing session, or maybe we're talking about information, or we're talking about new policy, or we're talking about change, we have to invite some VIPs to be a part of the conversation. Now, the VIPs here today, the one chair represents all the people that have yet to be born. Because they're rather important stakeholders in our story, don't you think? The other chair is for the non-humans, all the animals, all the trees, all the birds, the bees, the butterflies, the insects, the soil, the water on our planet. Because they are also relevant stakeholders in the story. So the two chairs represent the VIPs, which will be our guide for this virtual trail I'd like to invite you on. Before I start, just a little information about me. I am a wilderness guide from South Africa and Botswana. I've been doing it for 35 years, and I am years old. It's a company secret, I'm not going to tell you. Is the mic still on? And when I made contact with Tusha, a few days ago, when he made contact with me to come and speak here, first of all, I thought long and hard about it for about half a second. And I thought, I'm in. And when I did some research, the first thing I noticed was the theme of the elephant. Now, elephants for me are extremely important. And that is another story. In fact, it's very difficult for me to go longer than 10 minutes without mentioning the word elephant. So my story is about the relevance of nature and natural thinking in modern society. Okay. So I guess I'm here to disrupt your notion of leadership. Now, there's probably about 200 of us in the room here, and if I say to you guys, what does leadership mean to you? You will probably come back with 200 different variations of it. And this very short presentation is about sharing my understanding of what leadership is. Because let's say this. Everybody on the planet, regardless of our religion, our color, our creed, our status, any history that we have, we are all united by one fundamental aspiration. And that is to find peace in our life. Is it not? This is inclusive. It unites us. However, in a world of turbulence and change, it's very difficult. It's a heck of a challenge to find these moments of peace. And you can call it what you like. You may call it stillness. You may call it belonging. You may call it knowing and ease with the present moment. There are many different words for it. But essentially, in order to navigate through the existential crises that we are facing, our life is a search for identity in this process of locating peace. So I'd like to invite you to step into the present moment for the next few minutes and look deeply into the nature of your perceptions. Okay, so just a little bit about the video and why it's relevant in this presentation. There we go, we're talking about elephants. Okay, this, I'm not saying it's Gangnam Style or Michael Jackson or anything, but we have 50 million views of this video on the YouTube and all the different platforms. And for me, it's not a story of an elephant. It's not a story of a person. It's a story of interbeing. And the largest walking mammal on the planet, that's the African savanna elephant, is normally associated with power, with fear, with intimidation. That's the normal association. But what I'd like to invite you to consider is what perhaps you don't know about elephants. Because being faced with an elephant is a metaphor for our challenges in life and business. Okay, sometimes elephants come in different disguises. Sometimes they look like elephants. Other times they look like your boss. Maybe your employee, maybe your partner, maybe your kids, maybe your parents. Or maybe, as Ali just suggested, we look in the mirror, you may be an elephant. And I think when faced with crisis or when faced with impending change, the human animal, if I may refer to us as the human animal, does one of two things. We either do more of the same, we ignore the problem, or we do less of the same. We destroy the problem. So when faced with an elephant, you are faced with a fearful situation, and that is possibly the biggest blockage towards navigating through existential crises, the fear of the unknown. the fear of change. So this is not an elephant. To the untrained observer, it may look like an elephant, but this is change. And what I'd like to do is invite you to go beneath the surface for a short while. So let's imagine we have an elephant here standing on the stage. So what I'd like you to do is, what you see above the surface, put it beneath. And what's beneath the surface comes to the top. And to explain this, I'd like to share a story. We were on a trail in the Okavango in Botswana, and we came across a very dry little water hole, and there were some elephants coming down to drink. So we sat on the edge of the path, waiting for the elephants to come. And there was 3 of them. 2 of them came down, they walked past us and started drinking water. And I didn't know where the 3rd one was, so I thought, where is this guy? So I stepped forward and I leant back to look up the trail again, and I saw him coming. But then I noticed in front of me in the grass, there was a tortoise upside down with his legs. And that's very vulnerable for a tortoise. That's normally the end. So I made a mental note that when the elephants have gone, I'll go and help the tortoise back on its feet. And then I sat back down, and this 3rd elephant came along, and he now walked past the tortoise, and he stopped. He walked backwards. Elephants are one of the few animals that can reverse, by the way. He walked backwards, and with his front foot, he tipped the tortoise over onto its feet. Now, when you experience things like that from a very, very surprising or unexpected source, things happen to you. Things happen to you, and that behavior, the intelligence, the compassion, the empathy, the understanding, the problem-solving capacity, and the action are all human traits. But what I'm suggesting is that beneath the surface, if you look carefully into the nature of what fear is, you find different sources of it. So an elephant is not about power. It's not about intimidation. It's not about force. It's about compassion. It's about empathy. It's about intelligence. It's about interconnectivity. And that's what we should associate elephant with. So unleashing the might, the theme of the conference, the summit, it's not unleashing the might of the elephant, it's unleashing the might of the elephant. What's beneath the surface. So in order to find a roadmap to navigate through an existential crisis, we need to go to what we don't normally see. What's beneath the surface, what's hidden from view. So in order to help to navigate this, or give you some ideas or some clues, I'd like to invite you to meet a colleague of mine. He's part of the story. He is a Suakwe bushman from Botswana. His name is Cobra Kapile. His parents named him Cobra because he used to catch snakes. Now, Cobra is old. No one knows how old he is. He's illiterate. He comes from a very isolated band of Bushman people, and he is one of the last remaining elders of this lineage. I think he's about 90 years old. And when the first time I met this man, I felt like I was meeting an ancestor. And a little backdrop about the Bushman culture. The traditional Bushman culture is the oldest and possibly the most successful culture ever on the planet. This man is a relic of a 50,000-year-old culture. And it's understood that Africa is the motherland. The Bushman people represent one of the earliest lineages of the human family. So if that's the case, then you're not here in Africa on a summit. You're here in Africa to come home. And you look at this man and you see, in his face you see the Kalahari. And in his eyes you see the planet, the blue planet. And the Bushman culture is, in terms of modern leadership, in terms of the modern world, the Bushman culture is unsophisticated, it's illiterate, it's possibly backwards. It's possibly a space for our prejudice. We do that. The human animal tends to do that. But this culture is so unsophisticated that there's no word for the concept of peace. Because it just is. It doesn't exist, it is. We have to send our kids to university to discover what peace is. But in the Bushman culture, it is embedded. And like any culture in the world, these people are also going through change and turbulence. So the Bushman elders have designed or integrated a rite of passage. And I'd like to invite you all to join me on a virtual rite of passage. Okay, so what you have to do, you have to go out into the middle of the bush at night. You're alone. You have to find a place to sit. And you cannot move until the next morning when the sun is on your face. And you have to do it blindfolded. That's the rite of passage. So in your minds, guys, I invite you back to the Kalahari. Let's walk through the grass and you find a place to sit. And you sit on the ground. Close your eyes, you've got a blindfold on. Okay, so join me. Now, because you've got a blindfold on, did you know that 75% of our perception is through our eyes? It's visual. So now you are limited to 25%. So you're feeling very vulnerable and very uncomfortable. So you're working on 25%. So as you're sitting there, it's dark. Even through the blindfold, you can realize that the light has dropped. And it's completely silent. And just behind you, there's a noise in the grass as an elephant walks past. And of course, you're sitting there and you can't see the thing, so your fears and your imagination are starting to take over. So the elephant becomes your fear of the unknown. It's not just an elephant. But you slowly find the courage to take ownership of your fear, so you sit there. And then a little while after that, there's some baboons calling in the trees from behind you. And you can feel the blood pumping through your veins. Because the baboon represents your fear of failure. There might even be a baboon in your boardroom. Or you may be the baboon in the boardroom. So the fear of failure. So you're sitting there and you're thinking, how do I let my tribe down? How do you let my team down? And your fear starts to take over. So you start fearing the fear, and slowly you bring it back. And you say, well, I'm trying to own this fear and understand it. And then a little after that, you realize why the baboons are so nervous, because there's a lion that walks past very close to where you're sitting. Wow, and that's it. That's it. You're about to be consumed. But you find the resource to hold your ground and try and understand, belong to the fear, understand what's going on. And now you're working on 25% plus, you're drawing in another intuitive sense, range of perception. So now you're not even present. And then, much to your relief, after that it goes quiet. Quiet, And slowly you feel the light starting to change. It gets a little lighter. And you're sitting there and you feel the sun on your feet, the sun on your legs, on your belly, on your chest, and then boom, the sunrise breaks through the trees, and it's in your face. And that's it. You can take your blindfolds off. You're alive. But no, thank you. But now, you're facing east, you're facing the sunrise, and you've been sitting blindfolded the whole night, so your pupils are, yeah? So you can't see anything. You've got the sun in your face, like pretty much like I'm standing here now. So you're looking around, you're trying to focus, and you go like, whoa, is there a lion? Where's the elephant? And you're looking around like this. And as you look behind you, whoa, as you look behind you, the first thing you see sitting behind you was Cobra, the old man. The old man, he'd been sitting there the whole night, an arm's length away from you, and he said nothing. He didn't tap you on the shoulder. He didn't whisper some comments to you, because he knew had he have done that, he would have broken the spell of what you needed to go through. And that young bushman or bushwoman, that day, I believe, understood the value of support and support systems. Because natural leadership will suggest that if you receive a cobra, then you become a cobra. For no expectation, no profit, no favor, you just be it. And remember, it's such an unsophisticated culture, so what Cobra is doing, he is saying, here is a blindfold. I want to give you the darkness so you can recover your power of sight. I'll give you the darkness so you can see. Because what's beneath the surface, what's in the darkness, what's in the silence is only available to the heart. And it's in these places where we can find clues on how to find a roadmap through these existential crises that we face. So the takeaway for me is, Cobra for me is the wisest, he's certainly the oldest CIO that I know. He has got the knowing. I mean, if you look into these eyes, he's got the knowing of 50,000 years. And he's holding it in a crystal goblet, the most delicate crystal glass you can find, and it's going to shatter at any moment. And all this knowing is going to disappear into the desert. And that's an issue for me. And we have a saying, when a man like Cobra passes, in a moment, in a second, memory becomes history. And what natural leadership does is it slows us all down. Just slow us down, guys. Slow down. Come back to the present moment, have a cup of tea with yourself. And my challenge to you today, right here, right now, is to be a Cobra to your colleagues. Because you know you will receive it in return. And this is the laws of ecology in leadership are about interconnection. So, in closing, Basil, how are we doing for time? Because we have a saying, the Swiss may have invented the watch or the clock, but Africa invented time. So I'm trying to tell a 50,000-year-old story in half an hour, and I've got no idea. 5 minutes, thank you. So, in closing, I have an assignment for you. Just when you thought you were going to get off easy, just when you thought I wasn't going to make you work, I have an assignment for you. And it's a question. I've got one question for you. It's a simple question, and I invite you mentally to make a list of, let's say, 3 inspiring people in your life. Don't you love silence? I can say nothing in 150 different languages. Okay. Have you all got a list? Okay, I'm not going to ask you guys to name your list, but just a quick show of hands. How many of you had yourself on the list? I think I can see 3 hands. 3 or 4 hands. Yeah, guys, I didn't finish high school. I wasn't the world's best student, but I do know that 3 or 4 out of 200 is not a very good percentage. It's not a very good return in investment. And the question is why? Why are you not on the list, and why aren't you on pole position, number 1? Is it because it's considered to be arrogant? Maybe it's selfish? Maybe this is what society suggests to us? But if you use the VIPs as your guide, and you use it wisely, surely. And I would suggest that some of the worst atrocities ever committed on the planet have been done by people who have been inspired by themselves. So it's a fine line. If you use nature as your guide, you're in pole position to receive a cobra and to become a cobra. So, in closing, do you guys know what the most common bird in the world is, by the way? The most abundant bird? Pigeon? A morsie? A pigeon? Crow? Nope. The most common bird in the world, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the chicken. It's the most common bird in the world, guys. The human animal has to eat. So think about it. Think about that. Think about the lack of diversity, the loss of diversity, and the fact that our livestock is the common bird in the world today. I don't know where that came from. Just thought I'd drop it in. Right, guys, in closing, I guess if someone flew a drone through this room a couple of minutes ago and took a photograph of it or a video of it, you'd say, well, it's a room full of people listening to a guy making baboon sounds, which is probably right. But this is not a room full of people listening to a guy making baboon sounds. This is a room full of human beings. Intelligent, compassionate human beings whose hearts beat with the rhythm of the planet. Givers' hearts. And my invitation to you for the chairs, whenever you set up a boardroom, wherever you set up a discussion, whether it's right outside here at one of the events, maybe out back here, in your home, in your office, wherever you are, why don't you incorporate the future chair to slow down and rewrite the story of our relationships with nature? Because never before has information and content been so easily available to so many people, ever in the history of the world. So all of you influencers have a great responsibility to manage the content and the nature of content. I know where Cobra's IT and tech leads us. The question is, where does yours? Where does your IT lead us? Because to figure this out, it cannot happen accidentally. It has to happen consciously. And it has to happen guided by something greater than yourselves. And on your path to discover this, I would like to end by wishing you 2 things. First of all, it's an elephant in front of you and a cobra behind you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. That was truly inspirational. Thanks. I'm going to keep, with your permission, those 2 chairs up on stage, because this is such a great idea. On the first chair, live and sit all the unborn future generations. And on the second chair, all the animals, all the things on our planet that are not human. And we should have that in our boardrooms, we should have that in our CIO meetings, we should have that in our weekly stand-ups, daily stand-ups. That's an excellent idea. And how many of you want to be cobras? How many of you want to be on that list of the top 3 inspirational people? We need to leave a legacy. And you know, I'm so glad that I see sustainability becoming a bigger and bigger theme in technology. I'm starting to see RFPs that talk about carbon footprint. That is a great move in the right direction on sustainability. Our next presentation is a partner keynote. So there will be another Wordle. Keep your eyes peeled. We're looking for a 5-letter word. And it's going to be delivered by the founder and CEO of Coffee.io. So Amit Veer, founder and CEO of Coffee.io, is on a mission to connect the world with India's top tech talent through remote hiring. With a stellar career that includes serving as the chief business officer at Paytm, where he led a team of over 6,000 people and built an impressive QR code network of more than 18 million. Amit has a proven track record of driving innovation and growth. Many of you might not know, but he's also the co-founder of Zomato. And he's also today's t-shirt sponsor as our HR tech recruitment partner. So please welcome on stage Amit Veer, CEO and founder of Coffee.io.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I was thinking of keeping my bottle on one of those sacred chairs, but I'll keep it here. Oh, thank you for removing the photo, by the way. It's much better looking in real. Thank you so much, guys, for having me here. Really a privilege to be in such an illustrious company. I've had the good fortune of meeting some of you one-on-one since yesterday, and I hope to meet more before I leave. So, looking at this slide, I think the first question that comes to our mind is why coffee? I mean, we're talking about a tech recruitment platform. How insane one must has to be to call it coffee? Any guesses? Why not water or tea or tequila for that matter? Exactly, yeah. So coffee and coding, they go hand in hand a long way. Developers, they love to have coffee and code late at night. That is why it truly represents the spirit of developers who work hard and build great products. Moving on. Not working. Yeah, so could you please take a second and scan this QR code and answer a very simple question about your organizations. Is tech hiring a challenge in your company? We'll give you just about 20 seconds to do it before we show you the results, right? It's also a method to figure out how many of you are still awake in this room. Almost done. Okay, so okay. Okay, I think there is a glitch, not unheard of in the gathering of technology people. So let's just take it from there. But I can tell you with a fair degree of certainty that more than 90% of the people who've been hiring tech talent over the years have been facing this problem of the technology talent, of hiring and finding the right technology talent. Oh yeah, 80%. Okay, actually, in my experience, 20% is a very high number for people who don't have a tech hiring problem. So I'd love to have a chat with those 20% people to learn more in terms of how they've solved, and we'd probably learn a thing or two from there. Can you go back to the presentation, please? Okay. So it's no secret that tech talent shortage is a real problem and is global in nature. Almost every big technology hub across the world faces this problem to some proportion or another. More so in the UAE, where with a 60% surge in tech recruitment, almost all technology leaders are finding it difficult to find the right talent for their organizations. The average time taken to hire the talent is very high. Average salary for onshore talent is very high. And this global shortage of talent is actually going to become bigger and bigger and bigger every passing year. There have been multiple solutions to this, but I think the one that has really worked for a lot of global organizations, right from the Americas to Australia, is offshoring. So the questions that gape at us right now here are, number one, why offshoring? Number two, why India for offshoring? And number three, why coffee, of course. What do we truly achieve by offshoring our product development? We keep control of our product vision by having a core team within the organization. We use the offshore teams as an extension of the home team and do the same innovation which we expect to do at home. Absolute flexibility of scaling up and down, zero compliance hassles, all of this with a great cost benefit as well. And over the period of years, and actually a couple of decades now, there are multiple offshoring location choices that have been there for technology leaders. And Asia has emerged as probably some of the most cost competitive and better ranked in terms of service location index. But India obviously offers most advantageous offshoring capabilities. We have the largest pool of technology talent, close to 6 million, obviously lower costs, no language or cultural barriers. English is almost a native language to us. With MENA, obviously there is no time gap at all. And for Americas, there is a 24/7 operations. When the US sleeps, the product is built in India. And so the work is on 24/7. The best part is that India offers a very conducive infrastructure to technology team expansion, very stable economy, which obviously tells you that you can offshore not for the short term, but for the long term, and ease of doing business, which is all published data. If you see the Carney Service Location Index, India ranks as number 1, and for ease of doing business, actually ranks significantly high at 71 points. Over the last few years, there are 1,580 global capability centers that have been built in India. And mind you, these are just the top big ones which are noteworthy, which are published. I'm sure there are thousands and thousands of organizations who have built smaller bite-sized capability centers to build out their products, which are, so this number of 1,580 is going to be in big thousands, actually, and for the companies across the world. 55% of global GCCs are in India, and 1.6 million talent is deployed. And again, this 1.6 million is catering to only those 1,580 that we are talking about here. When we talk about those thousands which are actually unaccounted for here, this number runs into multiple millions. And obviously, it's noteworthy that it's not just the back office. It's not just the offshore where you maintain your business, your product, or you just service your business. It is actually a hub for innovation, the technology transformation, and building new great products which then you take to the world. Then, of course, there are some issues that come with hiring offshore contract talent. When you deal with traditional small firms, they basically don't have a pool of themselves. They just hire on demand, and that is why they take some time to hire. The pricing is obviously opaque. It's not exposed to you, so you end up paying a rack rate, which might be very far from the actual cost of the talent. And of course, the whole process of sourcing, screening, and matching are manual. So obviously, there are going to be false negatives and false positives, ultimately wasting your time and hampering your product development. working with big ID firms, you actually work with a bench of resources. Now, it's only common sense that if I were to build a bench of resources in my organization, I will choose the lowest quality resources because I ultimately have to end up saving costs. So that is why there is a poor fitment to the roles. The sourcing of the talent, the discovery of the talent is not same as the requirement, but it is force-fitted. The same thing, rack rate-based opaque pricing, which the client ultimately doesn't know of, and there are huge margins that we end up paying without even realizing the actual worth of the talent that we are working with. There's a small video that I'd like to play for you, which actually tells you that hiring of talent on Coffee is actually as simple as shopping for a red Adidas cap on Amazon or any other e-commerce portal, so to speak. Let's play the video, please. Right, so what did we see here right now? We just enter certain parameters in terms of what is the cost we are looking at, what skills we are looking at, what timeline do we want the developer to start in, and what kind of job it is. And you get a list of developers who are pre-screened, who are pre-assessed for their skills, AI-based machine interviews, coding challenges, multiple choice questions, logical reasoning, communications, etc., etc. Every single facet of a developer's any aspect of a developer's profile that you might want to scan can be scanned and it will be hired within no time. That's what Coffee truly does for you. Oh. Right. Immaculate screening of the profiles. Like I just mentioned, all types of assessments, truly online, 100% AI-based proctoring, so you get absolutely uncheatable assessment. Best matching of resume and requirement, again, powered by AI. The assessments are uncheatable. The insights into the joining probability, organizational fitment, performance indicator, all of these things which are actually a pipe dream so far are all possible using AI about the talent that you find on Coffee. And of course, thanks to all of this, least time for hiring. You finish as soon as you start, right? You just need to set up some time for interviews and the developer is there for you. Once again, 200,000 pre-assessed developers on the platform, full-time contract, there's no freelancing, somebody won't be working for you for 2 hours a day. You can hire in a week, deploy in 3. There is of course free trial, etc. and cost-effective talent, English-speaking workforce, and flexible with time zone. The best part is that the whole spectrum of technology, whether it is very basic mobile development or web development, data science, or data engineering, or it is cloud and infrastructure, or cybersecurity, every single use case is covered on the platform. We have worked with a lot of global clients in a relatively short journey of ours. Banking and fintech, e-commerce, AI and robotics, manufacturing and logistics, consulting, and consumer products are the industries that we've covered so far. More than 100 people deployed in less than a year, and a truly global presence with client base right from Australia to the US. And the best part is, all of these clients, they have come on board with a different model. What we can do for you is, number one, set up a capability center of whatever proportion that you want. It could be a bite-sized, small capability center for your technology building, and then you can obviously grow with us. a build, operate, transfer model where we build an outsourced product and then later shift it within your organization along with all the knowledge resources that there are. And we can also manage a team for you end to end for the longest term. And all of this very, very agile, flexible, quality focused, efficient, and cost efficient for you. So that's it from me. Let's meet over coffee, guys. Thank you so much.
You know, Amit, you explained to us why it's called coffee.
Right.
You didn't explain to us why there's 3 E's.
That's a very important question. So we just didn't get the domain, guys. Not everything has to be rocket science. Some things can be simple, right?
I just looked up coffee.io. That domain is up for sale. It needs $175,000. So if anybody here wants to use coffee services, help them raise $175,000 so they can buy the domain, and then we'll be good to go. All right, we are ready for Wordle. All right, are you ready for Wordle? Perfect. So, our 5-letter game. Oh, with the white cap and the beard. You're the first to raise your hand. Yes. I can't hear you. Cobra is the guess. C-O-B-R-A. Thank you for the guess. But Cobra was our previous motivational speaker. Not Amit. Amit was talking about coffee. Yes, Cobra has R. So the R is 1 letter in our word, but it is not in the right position. Who has guessed? Who has guessed? Somebody in the back. Yes. Forms? Firms. F-I-R-M-S. All right, let's see that one. Oh, so close, but no cigar. Yes, sir. No, you already won something. Yes? Yes. India. Wait. No, India. No. There's an R and there's an S in the right position. Yes. Hires. H-I-R-E-S. And we have a winner. You want the wireless earbuds? You want the speaker? Or you want the headset? Speaker, 1 speaker coming right up. Congratulations. It's portable, it's Bluetooth, it's loud. You can connect it to your laptop and have a party in your room tonight after the club night. You know where the after party is, guys. All right, our next, thank you for that. Next we have a panel, but I see Raif standing here, so no, we have Raif. Perfect, thank you for letting me know. That's very helpful. Next is another partner keynote, and this time it's from the General Manager of South Gulf and Sub-Saharan Africa at Nutanix. So Raif is responsible for ensuring strong business growth and excellence of operations across the region, leveraging Nutanix's globally renowned expertise to meet the aspirations of government bodies and private sector organizations. How many of you here representing government or public sector? Raise your hand. Okay, how many are representing private sector? Ooh, the vast majority is private sector. Nice. So Raif has over 2 decades of experience in IT. He brings a wealth of expertise and insights, and he's playing a critical role in strengthening Nutanix's position as a leading provider of cloud computing solutions. So please, put your hands together for Raif Abu Diab, Country Manager of South Gulf and Sub-Saharan Africa at Nutanix. This one to go forward.
Down, up. Perfect. Mic check. Can you hear me? Perfect. Great. Good afternoon, everyone. I feel bad that I'm dressed up and I missed the opportunity to have the coffee black shirt, but at the same time, I feel blessed that I can announce any of you as a winner because I have the presents in front of me. So all you need to do, just raise your hand, and you will become a winner. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your time today. Thank you for being with us. And a big thank you for the organizers for this great event and for the opportunity to meet with the great minds that are shaping the future of our businesses. In the next 15 minutes or so, I would walk you through Nutanix vision and strategy and the value that we add to you as you go through your IT transformation strategy, as you go through your journey to digitize your business towards living in the hybrid multi-cloud world. Why and how Nutanix had proceeded to create one platform that will allow you to run your application and data wherever you would like to run them. If you think of your world today, you have some edge locations, be it remote office, remote branch, remote factory, you name it. You have multiple data centers and probably slimming down. You have a cloud strategy where you have invested with multiple cloud providers. And when we look at your world, we as a company would like to make this journey as easy as possible to you. But before I tell you this, I wanted to share with you some facts that Gartner and other research analysts are sharing. So to start with, okay, so let's see how this, all right, perfect. So I would start with the 2024 Gartner Hype Cycle for Infrastructure Strategy. Most of you have seen this, but this slide tells us about technology from their inception into expectation. And this is where we get so excited about a technology innovation and we start thinking a lot about it. Then after that, we see them dive into what they called the trough of disappointment. This is where we start thinking, is this innovation finished? Is it built yet? Does it need any development? And some of these technology innovations will disappear, and few of them will ramp up and make it towards what we call at the end the plateau of productivity. While we have many innovation technologies, I selected only 4. The first one is hyperconvergence. And the reason I selected this, because as in Nutanix, we were the company who created the hyperconverged infrastructure. And we're very proud that convergence has survived all these hype cycle and became the plateau for productivity and the foundation for hybrid cloud. The second one is distributed hybrid infrastructure. And this is what AWS is doing with Outpost. This is what Azure is doing with Azure Stack. And this is what we as Nutanix doing with our hybrid cloud platform and multi-cloud snapshot technology. The third one is container VM convergence at the top of the hype cycle. We're all seeing this hype now. And the last one is generative AI. And my friend Sherbel talked a lot about it. It is on the agenda of every executive. But what's important is with the strength of convergence, we would be able to run all these technology innovation on the convergence platform. And to verify this, Gartner said that 82% of organizations consider HCI as part of data center modernization. 84% of organizations state that HCI is part of their making their infrastructure more agile. Another 84% of organizations state that HCI is part of their edge modernization plan. And most importantly, 90% of organizations state that HCI is the right platform to run mission-critical application, mission-critical databases, and modern app application. Not only Gartner, ESG, they came up and they said, it's for the first year, we see hyperconvergence procurement surpasses the internal storage. It's not by much, it's by 1%, but this is the beginning. Another fact, Gartner said that not all workload will move to public cloud. While cloud computing will continue to be top of mind for every executives, 70% of workload is still on-prem. Not only that, more than 80% of the critical workload, the enterprise workload, is still on-prem. Is this an idea, a thought, a push for us to build our own platform, extend to edge, and embrace cloud services when needed? And this is what Gartner is telling us. It's telling us to start buying platform. With platform, you can have it software defined. You can start small and scale. You can standardize your business. You can have it at the edge. You can have it on the cloud. Because at the end, wherever you have compute power, you can deploy your software stack and extend your platform. Another fact is containers are coming on-prem. We all know that, but 50% of the enterprises are still struggling to find a way to deploy containers in a simple way on-prem. While at the same time, 90% of enterprises, they know that by 2028, we'll have containers on-prem. So there's this natural stress in the organization that we know technology innovation is coming, but it is a little bit difficult to deploy this. And we, as a company, our job to help you simplify this. And as our life and operations becoming more complex, market changes and market dynamics are not making it simple. The latest is Broadcom acquisition of VMware, and you guys are all aware of it. And Gartner came clearly and said, no CIO would be immune of this acquisition. And every CIO should have a plan. Coexistence plan, replacement plan, any plan that will fit your environment, but you need to have a plan. And they said at the same time that 30% of Broadcom customers will leave by 2028. And we cannot mention Gartner without reconfirming the top CIO priorities, from application modernization to artificial intelligence, machine learning, from cloud to high performance computing and business analytics, and most important, security. And the holistic view that we have over cybersecurity with a simple and secure platform, extensive automation, and a rich ecosystem. Enough with facts. Why are we here? Every organization is facing challenges. While each challenge, along with associated solution, may vary, we found some common elements across businesses and IT organizations. And the question that every one of us should ask himself is, how do we get benefits from public and private cloud? How do we optimize our cost? How do we optimize our business value? And how do we de-risk our business? So, all of us have a vision to have an environment like this. But in contrast to reality, the environment is like the picture on the left. It is a legacy design, complex, complicated, expensive to manage, requires high-level skill sets with hundreds and thousands of buttons and manual intervention to operate and manage. If we look at the picture on the right side, my right side, which is the SpaceX, All they did is they simplified this legacy design through innovation that requires less specialized skill sets to manage. And they have replaced all these buttons and manual interventions with 3 touch screen. Very simple to manage. So if we transition this into business, what if we can drive the same through innovation? What if we can build a cloud operating model that will allow us to drive automation, application portability, and resiliency across the environments that we have? So to put this into perspective, what if we can, all of us, manage our data, secure it, protect it, move it wherever we want? Edge, data center, cloud, on a single control plane. What if we can modernize our app once and deploy them wherever we want to deploy them? At the edge, in the data center, or on public cloud, on the same single control plane. With budget cuts, cost constraints, the visibility to have clear idea about the cost across public clouds and private clouds that are running on Nutanix is very much needed. The capability to show back costs to business and charge back if needed. The capability to take the right decision based on cost and performance that fits your environment. We're seeing a huge interest from organizations to mimic cloud operating model on-prem. They want to drive automation, infrastructure as a code policy. They want to make sure that they can deploy applications at scale, be it containerized workload, be it virtualized workload, and this will help operations and developers to scale application development at speed. Last but not least, generative AI. With AI becoming more pervasive, and the fact that we have too much data and the need to get value and insights out of this data. And we all know that big part of this data is being generated at the edge. So imagine you can move your data, secure it, analyze it, and get insight out of it from edge to data center to cloud under the single control plane. So when we look at your world and at the challenge in embracing this business imperative, the challenge in embracing this technology, our job as an organization is to lean in and help you deliver that. We do that with a consistent cloud operating model. You add everything up, it's clear that whatever we're doing today and with the tools that we are using, things are not working. Technology innovation that's developed in siloed will never meet the increasing demands of apps and databases. We will continue to stretch the operating model that we do have, but as we continue to stretch it, more risk, more costly, and definitely the patchwork will not hold forever. Why? So many reasons. Few of them are on the screen. But the increasing demand and the increasing distribution of application and databases across multiple environments is preventing the organization of having full visibility of where are things residing, the capability to manage them in the right way. And this increasing number of application and databases is putting a pressure for a new operating model. What is needed? A consistent cloud operating models that will deliver unified environment. Consistent cloud operating model that will deliver a unified environments to run app and data anywhere you want to run them. So this is the answer. A hybrid multi-cloud platform that will allow us to manage data center and clouds as one. That will allow us to build agile and flexible operation. A hybrid cloud platform that will allow us to operate a single platform using consistent skill set and constructs. A hybrid cloud platform that will allow us to move data and application with ease wherever we want to move them. And this is the fundamental value of Nutanix. We were very proud that we created the HCI that became the foundation of hybrid cloud. And now we're transitioning into what we call the hybrid cloud platform. This is the fundamental value proposition that we deliver to the market. A platform that will allow you to run any application, be it enterprise application, cloud native application, desktop application, high performance application, anywhere you want to run it. You want to run it at the data center, you want to run it at the edge, you want to run it in your colo of choice, or you want to run it on any public cloud, or on a combination of all of these things. And this is the value that we add to the businesses in creating this one platform that will allow you to run your application and data wherever you would like to run them. A hybrid cloud platform that will allow you to transition with hybrid cloud vision in mind. And we're seeing this where nowadays applications are implementing architectural framework and method in their development. An approach that would allow you to modernize on-prem, speed up application development. You can build the application that you want for your own environment, for your own cloud, and deploy it anywhere, and a platform that will allow you to extend to edge and embrace cloud services. So what is this platform and how does it work and why it is the one of choice? Because it drives the balance between our data center and our private cloud, where we have control, we have visibility, and we believe it's the most secure, and public cloud that is suitable for elasticity for modern application. So when Nutanix came to build this cloud platform that will allow you to run your application and data across edge, data center, or public cloud provider, or a combination of them, we created this cloud operating model that will allow you to manage your data center and clouds and edge in the same way. But we discovered that it's not only about operating model. Data is very important. And data is what matters to enterprises. So the complexity of the data, having a containerized workload, having a virtualized workload, having an unstructured data, and you name it. So we came up with what we call the cloud data structure. And the cloud data structure is the one that will allow you to move your data irrespective of their format and wherever they are. It will allow you to move them across the full spectrum from edge to data center to cloud providers. So we built this common platform on top of both infrastructure and platforms, and we have great relationship with the public cloud providers, with Azure, with AWS, with GCP, with Red Hat, and our DNA is to simplify the life of our customers. So this cloud platform that will allow you to run any workload you want across your private cloud and the public cloud providers. A true hybrid multiple cloud where you will combine the benefits of both, and you can manage it with the skill set that you have today. We heard a lot about the talent shortages. The same skill set that you have today, without retraining them, they can go into the field, move applications across the multiple environment with the same cost, with full license portability across private cloud, edge, and data center. Seamless migration, native integration into public cloud with full license portability. Because at the end of the day, this is what we do. We help our customers in giving them the choice of running their data and application wherever they want to choose. Flexibility and choice is the most important thing, and it goes back to you to decide where you want to run your application and data. Thank you for your time. I hope that this helped in understanding the value that Nutanix provided to you as you go through your journey in making your business more agile, driving transformation, and bringing simplicity. Thank you again. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Raif. All right, that had a lot of 5-letter words. Which one is the special 5-letter word? Yeah? Okay, 2 hands. Cloud is the first guess. Raj is setting it up on the stage. So we will get the Wordle up on the screen. No, don't show us here. Can't hide it, hide it. Yes. You put it up there. Then you choose. Ooh, I like your Africa earrings. They are so special. Oh, so cool. All right, Raj, have you put the secret word into the Wordle? Behind the scenes, now we got behind it. We got cloud, C-L-O-U-D. That's a good guess. Cloud was said many, many times. Ooh, we get 2 letters in the wrong area. L-U. All right, you are confident. Value. Let's see, value. Good guess. Oh, we got the L in the right position now, but the U is in the wrong position. Okay, I have one here. Seems confident, yes. Public, public, no, delete, delete, delete. The L is in the right position. Yes. Multi. M-U, excuse me, L-T-I. And the answer is correct! Holly! Okay, earbuds, speaker, or headset? Speaker, it goes for the big one. Absolutely, congratulations, sir. You get our portable Bluetooth mini PC soundbar. Okay, so we will have 2 parties tonight. What's your room number? Later, okay. So we've got 2 after parties happening tonight, and as you can see, we've been set up for the panel on stage. And with that, today, before lunch, we will have 1 panel, and the panel topic is life in tech and tech in life. You can tell the moderator of this panel spent many hours thinking of such a creative topic for his panel. The moderator is Venkatesh Mahidevan. Venkatesh is the founding board member of CAS. And what does CAS stand for? CIO as a service. Perfect. Venki, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, Venki, please introduce your panelists. You need your microphone. Is it working? Testing 1, 2.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you very much for inviting me. Oh, I have panelists. Can I have all of you on stage, please? I may not sound as exotic as Basil, but you know what? Hey, I got a better personality, so. Come on, guys. So this is me, I guess, yeah. Awesome. So we're standing between lunch and you. Next 1 hour, we're going to have a tight panel discussion. I have 3 gentlemen and a wonderful lady. We were figuring out who to introduce first. So guess what I did? I let them do it themselves. So I'm not going to say some other things. So we've been trying to put together a panel discussion on questions. Started with 50, 40, then 30, and then John came and added 10. And so I must tell you that they tried very hard to change the questions. I don't listen. That's an art I've practiced over the years. I've been married for long, so I don't listen. So we said, okay, we'll get on to stage. To be fair to the panelists, they probably know about 4 questions. The other 14, they don't know. So we will go over it. This is not about who they are. This panel is about who they should have been, where they think they should have gone, and they landed up here. The only thing Tushar did right was, making sure the bookings were in place so that they land up in South Africa. So Maureen and I tried to catch each other. So like all of you, we landed here and we said, hi, are you here? I'm here, I'm landing, I'm stuck at the reception. My car broke down, I went to the wrong hotel and all of that. And Maureen said, so we went for this, you guys went for the show and I'll join late. What was that? Dance Your Dream or something. We had Michael Jackson and Freddie Mercury and all of those guys. And so I was messaging Maureen, I'm here, and where are you? She said, I'm here too. And I said, so I'm sitting to the left. I said, I'm also sitting to the left. I said, I'm to the right. And she said, I'm also sitting to the right. And no, the back of the, I said, I'm also at the back of the hall. What do you do after that? I just walked out. And then after half an hour, I said, she pinged me, I couldn't meet you. I said, yeah, you couldn't, I couldn't meet you too. Where are you? I'm at dinner. I'm at dinner too. Where are you? What was that place called? Tribes. Tribe. Which table are you? I think by the time she had given up, right? So then she catches hold of some nice, kind soul. She brings him and she says, and somebody taps me on the shoulder. This is Maureen. I said, oh my, we hug each other as if we're meeting after 3 million years. He said, hi. So that's Maureen for you. We have Mark. We have, he's got a name, but he likes to be called the Viking. And we've got John. I'm going to give each of them 15 to 20 seconds to introduce themselves. So, Mark, you want to go first? Go.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mark Bramwell. I'm the CIO of Side Business School, the University of Oxford, and the Director of Strategic Digital Partnerships for the University of Oxford.
Viking.
Yep. So, Kenneth Lindegaard, I am indeed the Viking, coming from Scandinavia, Danish, but living in the UAE. So, fled the cold and went to the hot desert. And I am currently serving as establishing the rail network of the UAE. So something we've had in Europe for 150 years and never existed really down in this region.
Look at that. Go, way to go. Come on, John.
Thank you. My name is John Bosco Arends. I'm the group head of Information Networks Technology Operations for the City of Johannesburg. That's my day job. My night job, I'm the chairperson of the Chartered CIO Council. And I see some of my members are here. And hopefully in our conversation today, after 42 years of having to listen to myself talking IT, we'll have a sweet like a lemon day.
Before you clap, wait. The second part of what he said is what he tells at home before he leaves. His night job. Okay, so we're going to get started. And before we do that, you could all hear them? Doesn't matter. So you don't need to do mic testing. You could all hear them, right? John, let me start with you. So John is a multinational by himself, right? And he's going to tell you why. So he's got about 4 and 5 nationalities, and he'll tell you why very quickly. And then the first question is to you, John. So John, you tell them why he's a global corporation in itself. Tell them why.
So I told the chair that I'm proof that apartheid didn't work in South Africa. Because my father is the child of a German father and a Chinese mother. Her mother is Khoisan and her father is African French. I think I represent most of this part of the room. Thanks.
Yeah, so John, let me start with you since you're such a global figure. If there is one thing you would change in our industry, what would that be?
It definitely won't be all the things that you think of. It won't be AI, it won't be cybersecurity, it won't be any of those things. It'll be skills and development. And when I say skills and development, I'm talking about skills and development not just for us as ICT professionals, but also for our customers. And also the people that are going to be consuming those services that we have. Because if we don't develop the skills now, we're going to find ourselves with a skills gap or a huge automated robotic gap. The choice is ours, and I think if we skill up the human race, we can be that enabler that we need to be.
Awesome, awesome. Mark, so I like talking about failures. Let me start with you. One failure that has taught you a valuable lesson in life.
Thanks, Venki. And Venki briefed us as we came on. He said, I want you to make it light-hearted and funny. Will you answer a question about failure? So there's not an awful lot of fun and humour in failure normally. But what I want to do is share you a deeply personal reflection around failure. And I hope you'll take note and listen. So I used to think that the success of a CIO was built on how hard you worked, how long you worked, how many emails you sent, how many disasters you recovered from, how many projects you delivered, and the impact that that then had subliminally on your teams. And I used to work like that for years. And the biggest learning, the biggest failure I had was working like that consistently for 25, 30 years, was 3 years ago I had a heart attack. So the words from Alan resonated very strongly recently in terms of his presentation, in terms of slow down and be more Cobra, and really take that personally to effect and look after yourselves. Because the big thing that resonated with me is success isn't determined by how hard you work, it's how smart you work. And if you don't look after yourselves, how can you look after others?
Awesome, thank you. John, you spoke about skill development. Mark, you spoke about failure. Maureen, I'm coming to you. What would you tell a young or somebody who's starting off in the field of technology?
Okay, thank you. I think combining what my colleagues have talked about, I will tell the person who wants to start in technology to research more and learn, be ready to learn, and also network with peers, because from that you'll be able to know where you fit more. And in technology, you find that technology changes very fast, and you find that today we have this, tomorrow we have another one. So you need to take your time to learn and research and get the best solution. Get the best solution for the problem that you want to solve. And the other thing is that don't rush in making money. Most of us start because they want to make more money fast. Look at your skills. You need to know that some skills need longer time for you to be able to achieve. So you have to also look onto that you may take time, but after taking that time, you will reap more and more. Thank you.
Ken, common misconception in our industry.
Yeah, that's a funny one because it actually defies what we're doing, is forget technology. I think the biggest misconception is that we've been thought of as doing tech or IT for the sake of IT. That's why we've been a cost center for so many years. That's why the CFO is always on our neck. The biggest misconception is that we only exist because there is a business need. And I think the biggest gap, especially when I talk to young people, or like you say, what kind of skills do you need to build, is understand what your business is doing. We just have the most fun job because we get to play with all the tech stuff, right? That makes our job a little more cool than the CFO. He only gets Excel and the reports. But we actually get to work with the entire value chain across the entire company. And that is the biggest misconception, where people think we are just, cables and servers and cloud and all these different things. Forget about that. That for me is the biggest misconception about what we do and what we should be doing.
Interesting. John, what has been the funniest tech mishap you've experienced? You worked for 40 plus years, yeah.
The funniest tech mishap,
or disaster.
besides dropping all the punch cards on my first day on the job and then having to sit manually with a calculator and decide in which sequence they should all go. I think most definitely the funniest one for me is actually doing a data center refresh of our environmentals and then not getting it right, and had to then shut down the data center for 3 days because we overheating everything that we possibly could do. only to find that it was just one wire that somebody didn't plug into a sensor. So that for me, I think, is one of the funniest mishaps we've had.
Interesting. Mark, what animal would technology be and why for you, if it was an animal?
Cool, that's an interesting question, Vicky. I think 10 years ago, you would probably have likened technology to a tortoise. It was slow, lethargic. It was bloody hard to get to where you wanted to go. Today, probably, if you'd said 12 months ago, 24 months ago, being in South Africa, more like a cheetah, pace, agility, strategic thinking. But if you think about today, it's probably a chameleon. If you think about the assets, the traits of a chameleon, it's constantly responding to its environment, it's changing. Some of those changes are striking. Some of those changes are transformative. Some of those changes are subtle. Some of those changes, you don't even know they're there. And technology is the same. Technology is forever changing, transforming, adapting. Sometimes you don't even know it's there. It's just working. So I would say that technology was like a chameleon.
Chameleon. Ken, you want to take this question too?
Yeah, and it's actually funny because Mark and I had that conversation, and when we had the UAE summit of this, we did a painting exercise, and I actually painted a chameleon. So I very much echo it because, and this is back to again for the misconception, we are and we can be anything. Anything from discussing with the operations guys, the sales guys, the finance, doesn't matter where we are. We need to be able to adapt into their whatever habitat, to stay with Alan's wilderness guide out. And yeah, we will then be meeting those elephants. I'd probably have crapped myself had I been in his shoes with that elephant coming along. The chameleon, we can blend in and make sure that we are part of the entire thing.
Interesting. Maureen, yeah, in line with what you told us a little while ago, if you are a mentor, and what are the first 5 minutes you tell your mentee?
Okay, thank you. I like mentoring ladies or women in tech or in the STEM because you find that most ladies, we fear tech or the IT field. So what some of the things that I'll tell my mentees is that those days of the networking, cabling, the infrastructure, where we feared working with the cable is gone. We have new fields in technology. We have AI, we have data analytics, we have cybersecurity, which ladies can be able to venture into. So we don't have to fear because of the cables and the infrastructure, but we have to venture into the tech and the IT field because we can be able to do other things in that field. So that is one of the things that I will always tell ladies. The other thing is that notion of this is a male-dominated field is gone. We have to come out as ladies and be able to be the same as the male partners, so that we also have those benefits that the male guys have. So I'll only wish to tell the ladies who are here, kindly just raise up your hand. Ladies inside here, yes, it tells you that we are ready to take up this. The last thing is to tell each and everybody, be it a male or a female, to talk to the legends in this field. We have the legends. We need to consult with them more because they have more knowledge that they can be able to share with us so that we don't make some mistakes. Thank you.
Yeah, this is so important. And yeah, I agree with Maureen. Speak to the legends. I'm still very young, but speak to the legends and figure out what they have done wrong. It's so important. We tend to gloss over the mistakes and the wrong things, and we try to focus on the glory and what Ronak was doing in the morning, the who and the ha. But I think we need to step back, go into a corner if possible, if you're a little ashamed of asking. Ask the legends what they did wrong, and maybe people like Mark and Kenneth would be more than happy to. I would strongly urge you to do that. Please do that, because I promise you I have made a lot of mistakes, and I'm sure some of us have. Some have been very embarrassing, some have been very good, some have landed us with a better job, but we have all made mistakes. So is somebody in the room who hasn't made a mistake yet? You want to put up your hand? And you obviously don't qualify if you're married, so. Yeah, so thank God. Okay. Somebody was trying to put up their hand and I said this, he put his hand down. So thank you. Kenneth, professional advice that somebody has given you in your career that has helped you. Do you remember?
Yeah, it was, I think I was 13 years old and I worked at kind of like a bookstore, Office Depot, you know, putting on price labels, making up the store, everything. Started young working in that, getting that learning. And the guy that was in charge of the store, he, you know, I was the only guy because it was a store filled with women, and we were the only two males in there. And he told me at a point in time, it doesn't matter who you are and what you do, but what you will have become is what people will say of you when you are no longer there.
Beautiful.
So living by, you know, through that, you know, through school years and education, etc. And then my former CEO of Carlsberg, he said, we all have an obligation to leave this place in a little better position than when we came. So that advice, I'm still living by it. So every time we do something, is this for the development, for the evolution, for these things, or is it for our own personal sake? If we cannot say it's for the greater good of you know, the companies will outlive us by years and miles, right? But every time if we do something which is for the personal gain, we've made a mistake as a human being.
Awesome, brilliant. You know, I remember something very similar when I used to be at Coca-Cola, and the CEO, I met him in Atlanta, and he mentioned, he said, I met him for the first time, and he said, you know, I was pretty young then. He said, Venki, you know, don't bother. It doesn't matter who gets the credit. Get the job done. And he said, sooner than later, somebody will spot you and you will grow, right? So we all have challenges in our career, issues when we are growing up, thinking, I hope my boss notices me, let me leave after he leaves office, let me you know, do some extra things to catch his attention. And nowadays people dance on stage to catch attention, but yeah, but he gave this advice to me almost 20 years back, and that has kind of stuck with me. Tough one, but try practicing that. I practiced it and it's helped. It's helped. John, what legacy would you like to leave behind?
That's a tough question. I'm going to try and answer.
I get paid for it.
You're doing a good job. So I'm going to try and answer this in two ways, right? So on a professional level, what I would like to see is that, and this is what we're trying to achieve through the Chartered CIO Council, is if you look at ICT as an industry, we are always following somebody else. If you're working in banking, you have to follow the banking rules. You get recognized accordingly. If you sit in industry, you have to follow them. If you're in government, you have to follow them. There is never an ICT. And what we are trying to do as a legacy is to make sure that not only skills development, but also qualifications and competencies are built. Years and years, HR practitioners have preached the fact that they want to have broadbanding in skills. They want to develop two ways of people developing. And what we are doing now as a Chartered CIO Council is we're developing a professional way of developing where your technical skills can translate into tertiary qualification, can translate into having something that is a degree, that is a postgraduate or a PhD or a doctorate or whatever you want to be, without having to go and study accounting. You can do that by being an ICT professional, and I would actually encourage that. And I think as a Chartered CIO Council, that's one of the things we really want to achieve, so we can finally have our own home to belong to. From a personal perspective, I would like to see a gogo or a pensioner, for those others who don't understand our lingo in South Africa, for an elderly person to be able to engage with services, whether it be for government or private sector. And that service must be able to acknowledge them in such a way that it doesn't matter if they know the technology or not. It must be able to know who they are. It must be able to know what they have, what they need. It must be able to talk to them. It must be bio-engineered to communicate and to provide those services, so that it doesn't matter what language you speak, what culture you belong to, that when you want a service, you're able to get it when you need it, as soon as you think you have it. And I think for me that is important, because if I look in our environment and I see a lot of young children and elders, they are in different levels of qualification on tech. I mean, I've got a 4-year-old grandson, and he swipes better on my iPhone than I do. Don't ask me how, but they just know these things, right? Because it's the world they live in. So I think for all the technologies is to type letters. Today we send emails. Today we don't even send emails anymore. We WhatsApp and we chat and we do all these things. So I think for me is finding that bridge between humanity and technology that will use all these things that we have, like your AI and all these kind of things, to make the human interaction as personal, as safe, and as comforting as it needs to be as we traverse a new world order.
Very
Thanks.
nice, very nice, very nice. Kenneth, 10 years from now, I'm going to ask it a little differently. 10 years from now, when Basil is on his 15th emceeing job and getting paid, Ronak has taken Global CIO Forum to 100 countries. We are in some exotic location, middle of the sea, on a cruise doing a Global CIO Forum. What would you want all these blokes to know you as, to be known as?
Me to be
Yeah,
known
you're
as.
done. You're retired. You grey hair. You know, you've
Well, I
come.
already
You've been
have-
called a legend 3 times. And you come.
I
on
already
stage.
have the gray hair, so that's already overdue, right? That's probably also the ERP and whatever programs we've done over time. Again, I think it kind of lifts to the contribution a little to what John's saying. I really thoroughly enjoy working with the younger generation, understanding how they think. You know, I have teenage kids. They don't see the world the way we see it. Their perception of you know, culture, languages, technologies, etc. It's all put in a different context. So hopefully, even 10 years from now, we've adapted to be that chameleon that we've followed along. And again, being able to share the failures, but as well some of the great successes that hopefully we've managed to achieve over the years, and hopefully still be, you know, in a position where we can be invited to a forum like this. That would be
awesome.
an absolute honor.
Okay, stop blinking the light. I got the message. Last 2 minutes. We now enough of serious stuff. So we're now going to get into some rapid fire, and these guys haven't seen the question. Ready? Okay, Maureen. Most ridiculous thing you have ever Googled? Come on, it has to come from the heart. It's rapid fire.
My age.
Jesus Christ. And what did Google say? Don't ask me. Pick one, John. Mobile phone, book, gaming, or a walk in the park?
Mobile phone.
Jesus. What app do you use the most, Mark, and why?
My heart monitor.
How do you incorporate technology into your hobby? One thing you've done recently, Ken.
Oh, my wife would hate me for this because it's all about smart home, and when it's not working, that's when she hates me the most. So smart home, like, everything in there. That's my hobby.
If you were a superhero in IT, John, what would you be called?
IDA.
Your favorite app, Maureen? Oh, your time's up. One faux pas on stage, Mark.
Sorry?
One faux pas on stage. You messed up one time on stage.
Oh, probably today.
What did you do? If you could have one fictional character as your IT support, who would it be?
Inspector Gadget.
Really? Maureen, which emoji best represents your relationship with technology?
Love. Because I love technology.
Technology. Ken, what's the most ridiculous tech-related purchase you made? And your wife's, for the 100th time, said you're so stupid.
There's probably been 100 purchases, so I think the one that I was the first asked was the hot disk recorder. Man, she hated that until she started loving it. But yeah, that one was
good.
really.
Last question to all four of you. If you had a chance to have a dinner with a tech legend or a figure, dead or alive, who would that be? John, I'll start with you.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
Jesus. Elon, are you in the room?
Bill Gates.
Mark?
Any of the female leader technologies.
Name.
Meg Whitman, Kate Maxwell at Microsoft, Adele Every at Cisco.
Okay. That's too much of food, but I'll go with Jobs. On that lovely note, thank you very much, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, and lovely people. Thank you very much for the time. Thank you, panelists. Mark, Ken, thank you very much. Maureen, thank you. John, thank you so much.
Thank you. Frankie. Love your moderation skills. The one definitely with a better personality. All right, I've got a couple of announcements. Are you ready? Anybody wants to win more prizes? F9. F9, one of our sponsors, is holding a contest. There's 3 earpods from Apple to be won. So go put your business cards at F9 and get a chance to win an earpod. Next is the QR code behind me. Have you seen this QR code? We are using AI and putting it into action. So you click on this QR code, you put your name, email, or optional, but most importantly, your WhatsApp number. And you take a selfie of yourself. So try to take a selfie on like a solid background, stand by the wall, stand by the curtain, and the AI will look at your face and it will match it with all the pictures from this event. So you will get all the pictures from this event WhatsApp to you through AI facial recognition. So log in, put your face, and good luck grabbing your pictures. And our third and final announcement today is the workshop. So after lunch at 2:15. What time is it now? 1:20. 1:21. We have an hour. 2:15. Please come back here. We will be having a different setup, so clear the tables. Don't leave any personal belongings on these tables for lunch. Come back and we will use the survey that you took to determine what kind of brain you have. And the workshop will talk about leadership based on your brain tests and categories. We have left thinkers, we have right thinkers. So you will be split across the room depending on the results from the survey that you took, and we will do a leadership workshop at 2:15. So please don't leave any personal belongings on the tables. We're gonna change the setup. Now lunch is served, same place at breakfast. Go grab your lunch, enjoy the networking, enjoy discussions on the days, and we'll see you back here 2:15 for the workshop. Give your hands, give yourself a round of applause. You survived first half of day 1, Global CIO 200 Summit. Oh no. Okay, I'll take the ones that are not in alphabetical order. So if you find, okay. So S through Z with Rafiq. Okay? If you do not find your name with these 4 lovely assistants, you come to me, you're in the extra pile. This extra pile is probably because you did it late. So they were printed after these were printed. So this is A through Z for the people that follow the rules and submit before the deadline. And anybody naughty that was late comes to me and we will find your report. All right, so please go ahead and line up in front of one of the assistants and go towards your name. Yes. Z. A is at the beginning. I was lazy. You were lazy? What's your...
But you're doing a good job.
Thank you. Ahmed. First name, first name. We are looking at first name only. L. The Anushri is with L. Anushri L. KLM. Yes. Do I have a J? Let me see. You were late, John.
Yes. Ahmed or John?
Alan. Anindo. لا مش أحمد. You are there, A. John, let's see if John is here. There's Jalil. There's Latha. No, John is not here.
Ah, brilliant.
Go there.
So I'm a good guy. Mine must be on the last one. ZAID.
Zaid?
Zaid Umar Farooqi, yes.
Yes, congratulations. Were you late?
Okay, I was late.
Yeah, okay, good.
I was late.
I don't think KLM. Yes. Okay, go to the next person then.
But then next person you gave M. So where is L?
There is no L. What's your name, Lafa? Okay, here. You're late, Lafa. That's why.
No.
Zahir, you are late.
I finished the first.
Zahir, this
Yeah.
you? Okay, good. K, KLM, K, JK. No, there's no K here. You have to try there. HIJ, H. We have Hendy. That's you?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't have you. H. James. No, I only have Jalil.
Why?
Why? Maybe. Yusuf, yes. Ode?
No, not this.
Another Yusuf.
Y-U-S-U.
No, you have to try there.
How about you?
Ode? تفضل.
ليش مش مع الاس؟
لأنك مخن. Diana, I don't think it's with me. C, D, E. Yeah, no, I only have Darren.
How about you have T? Surname is
No, not surname, first name.
How about J? Juming.
No, J.
Basil, you have a Muhammad Shahzad or no?
Can check my name, but I'm sure I'm a nutty one, not a nutty one.
You're not a naughty one?
No,
Manoj.
I finished in the second
Mesnum.
P.
Somebody give this to Mesnum. Mohammed Anish?
No, no.
Mohammed Shahzad.
Yes, thank you.
Don't be late next time.
Can you check Padam? P-A-D.
मेरा तो होगा
P.
ना
Padam. Padam. Praful, yes.
Thank you.
Naughty backbencher.
Manish.
No.
Manish
No.
Agarwal.
Yes.
You are very naughty,
Muhammad Naufal.
Manish. I don't know why there's a separate file, to be honest. Muhammad Naufal. I have all the letters. If you don't find your name there, maybe.
That's the purpose of the workshop.
Musa Al-Anazi, Muhammad Naufal. تفضل.
Am I?
Thank you.
S. S with him. Musa? No, I don't have. Let me just double check. I don't have Musa. Can you check there, M?
Check.
Ah, Musa, yes. Al-Anazi.
You have Manoj.
Manoj. Manoj Ramashankar.
Yeah. W where?
W, the last person there. But check with Sharbil. Sharbil, do you have W?
Do you have O? Okay, see my O. We have S. Muhammad
I gave it to Sharbil, but Sharbil left. Sharbil! Sorry. And Muhammad
Guys, I have letter S over here. S.
We have starting from P.
Mohammed Anish. I don't have Mohammed. It's with the M group.
We have Prashant.
Shijan? No Shijan.
Prashant.
Do you have any J?
J is with Answer.
Sharbil. Oh, J is over. Do you have any J? No J's.
Anything?
First name. C. First name. Check there.
S.
Yeah, J is over. Jalil.
They
The
are
last
the
J.
last ones actually.
B. Sharbil.
Sir,
No.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, let's put them here. Sharbil. حطهم هون Sharbil. D E
Half an hour
I
ago you did it? No, they will not get the print.
Yes.
This was printed
No, I'm okay.
for the people who... Yeah. Sorry.
M في مسلم.
But you can still
Only مسلم.
be in the workshop and once
Okay.
you... No, you
Shaukat.
You will get your report. You will understand how to read your report.
John, did you check with the J team? They don't have it? Did you fill out the survey? First name, Shaukat. Sultan, what's your name? Zaid Mafi. Did you check there?
Should I check with them? Because
Check, maybe you have it on the app. Or you received an email. Now that was a good logistical challenge to be solved. Any leftovers can be put on the table here in alphabetical order. Thank you for all assistance. Anushri, you can put your leftovers here in alphabetical order. So we have Darren, alphabetical order. M.
Yes.
Okay, put
This is S. And also one W.
W, put it there. This is S. Okay, any leftovers? We're putting them here. D E M N O. R before the S's. H here. And D I H. H I J K. Nice. Okay. Yes. J K. All the A's for all the A's are here. B. Okay. And D. Perfect, Darren. All right. All leftovers are here in alphabetical order by your first name. Dr. Antoine Ayed, founder of Meet Yourself. You will be introduced by Shah, assistant director. You want to introduce John, it's not here, unfortunately. We've got James and Ismail. What is your name? When did you do it, Muhammad Feroz? Tell me today.
No.
When did you do it?
It's a
Long time.
Yeah.
Maybe you forgot to click on submit or save. Abdul Rahman. There's lots of A's, ya Abdul Rahman, but none of them are yours. Ah, you didn't get the exam. All right. Most everyone has their results. We have three people that missed their results. It's okay. Are they available on your app? Hopefully so. All right, so there's a video to be played. So thank you for coming. It's the leadership workshop. It's going to be fun. It's going to be interactive. Get ready to put your thinking caps on. First, I would like to introduce the two main facilitators for today's workshop. One facilitator, you all know, he's been on the stage before this morning. Who can guess who the leadership facilitator is that has already presented? Sharbil, nice. And our next, the main facilitator of today's workshop, please put your hands together for the founder of Meet Yourself. Meet Yourself is the world's first personality assessment that combines DNA testing, neuroscience, and behavioral psychology. So for the surveys, we didn't use DNA testing, but the DNA tests are available to you at an extra charge. So there's DNA testing happening at the booth if anyone is interested to continue the journey with Meet Yourself. Today we're here to do a leadership masterclass powered by Meet Yourself. So please put your hands together. Welcome Dr. Antoine Eid, the founder of Meet Yourself. Dr. Antoine, you will be joined on stage by Sharbil. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You have your own mic.
I do.
You are good to go.
Thank you.
Do you need a clicker?
Yes, I do.
Of course.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
It was nice. It was nice chatting with a lot of you earlier.
So, good afternoon. Okay, I'm not bipolar, by the way. But in the morning, I was doing my job. In the afternoon, I am working on my passion. All right? And my passion is about leadership. Basil, you have the clicker? So, almost 2 years back, me and my partner have founded a company called LIT. Who was in Baku last year? Raise your hands. Great. So you've all attended the session with John Maton, right? So, LIT is a company, and LIT stands for Lead, Inspire, Transform, and Thrive. And what we do, actually, is we work with leaders to make sure we help them get the best version of themselves. And at LIT, we're not just other trainers or other coaches who are certified, because we are. But what we try to do, we try to bring the best of the best for our clients. And that's why today, last year, we brought John Maton, 6 times the top global executive coach in the world, the coach of the late Steve Jobs, and you've done an amazing workshop with him. Today, I'm proud, in partnership with GEC Media, GCF Academy, to bring Dr. Antoine, who is actually, as Basil mentioned, the founder of Meet Yourself. And I'm not going to talk about Meet Yourself, because Dr. Antoine will do all the honors. But it's very, very important as leaders to work always on our self-development. And this morning, I was talking about AI and how leaders are actually strong leaders innovate. Today, with Meet Yourself, you're going to be able to identify your strengths. You're going to be able to go the extra mile and see what can make you a better leader. What are the tools that are available to you that can make you a better leader? And the DNA is something that doesn't lie. So with the DNA testing, you are making sure that science is telling you more about yourself. Furthermore, at LIT, we partner, as I said, with a lot of the leading brands. We are certified to use those tools. So please follow us on social media, LITT Coaching. You can find us on LinkedIn, Instagram, X, soon on TikTok. I don't like TikTok, but anyway. And really, check what we can do, check how we can help you, how we can help your organizations, and we'll reach out. Feel free to reach out. My contact details are available. Either connect with me on LinkedIn, and please follow our page, as well as Meet Yourself page. I leave it with the great hands of Dr. Antoine. Thank you, and I will be around.
Chairman, thank you, GEC, Mr. Tushar, and the team. Great work, and thank you all for being here today. I understand a lot of you came from a bit far and just arrived yesterday. So I promise I'm going to keep it entertaining while we're learning at the same time. My name is Antoine. Does this work? It does. Except that it's stretched. Raj? Raj. Can we scale it? No, yeah? So, my name is Antoine. We usually start by introducing ourselves by saying what we do. But I'm going to tell you a little bit about me from a personality standpoint. I am intuitive, both by my genetics and my skills. And my purpose is helping people lead a better life and identify their potential. How do I do this? I have a background in neuroscience and behavioral genetics, and I've done research with Cambridge University, and I led the brain-based leadership development program for 11 years. This is where I met thousands of people who came from all over the world, including countries like Qatar, the Emirates, Saudi, India, and many other places. I had the chance to do over 18,000 assessments in the corporate world, where I've actually helped people identify a very important part of their personality. A part that we sometimes and often neglect because we don't know it exists. And I'm going to be focusing a lot today about that aspect of the personality of each one of you. You've all taken a lot of leadership master classes. Some amazing leadership programs are out there. But I want to try to bring something new to you today, to leave you with an eye-opening insight about who you are at the core before life took you in these different directions of studying, learning new skills, working at these different organizations. You all carry something within you that is so valuable that is worth discussing. So this is what we're going to do today, and we're going to do it while doing activities and having fun. So let me start by quickly telling you the three things, the main things that we're going to cover today. One is understanding what makes the personality of each one of you. What are the three components of personality? Two, separating two important parts of personality, our motivators and our competencies. And three, we're going to try to apply this to leadership and innovation through 2 or 3 activities if we get enough time to do a third one. I understand we started almost an hour late, so I do apologize from now if we extend a little bit more. But it's going to be fun enough for everyone to stay in the room a little bit longer. I promise you that. Are we ready? All right. What makes us who we are? We are a combination of 3 different things. We are the talents and the potentials that are hidden in our genetics. Our genetics make a big part of who we are. You see that in your children. At a very young age, you can start seeing that they have inclinations towards certain things, right? Those of you who have children, do you agree by raising hands? Without your influence on them, you can already see they have a character, they have a personality that is being built, they have different talents at things. So that's the first part of who we are. And as humans, we are blessed to have an amazing genetic blueprint. It carries a lot of great talents. The second aspect of who we are is our brain and our thinking. Our thinking develops and continues developing until we die. However, the early years of learning, the influence of upbringing, cultural influence, parents, peers, teacher at school, teacher at university, they leave a strong mark on the way we think. And after puberty, beginning of adulthood, our brains tend to develop something we call in neuroscience our thinking motivators. That's a biological process that is influenced both by our genetics and the way we were raised until we reach a certain age where these thinking motivators become embedded in our brains and remain constant for the remaining of adulthood. And these define the way we are inclined to think. An example of that, if I ask you to describe one of your friends with a single word, some of the words we use is, she's very social, he's very creative, she's very organized, he's smart. That one word we use to describe a person that usually relates to their thinking motivator. It means that's how he instinctively thinks. And the third aspect of what makes us who we are is that set of competencies that we acquire in life. You are right now, a lot of you are going to be leaving here learning something new. And you've learned a lot through this program. That adds to these competencies that keep growing and changing and developing until we die. That's the beauty of our brain. It can keep growing. The rest of our body reaches a certain age and starts getting old, except our brain. It starts growing and growing until we die. Our personality is none of these three. If you've done a psychometric assessment, and you've done many assessments at your work, these are mostly behavioral assessments that are addressing a level of behavior or skill that has been acquired through your experience, your education. But that's not who you are. Your DNA test does not reveal who you are. Your brain alone does not reveal who you are. Who you are is in that integration, that mapping of all of these three. Each one of them tells a story about a part of our life. Some that we're controlling, you making the decision to come here, making this trip, is part of controlling this. I want to improve, I want to grow, I want to increase my competencies. But you can think very hard and be very serious about it and get taller, can you? It's something we just accept as part of who we are. It's the genetic influence. And that genetic influence actually influences our personality to a great extent. Some personality traits are 70% influenced genetically. So everything we're trying to do in terms of developing competency is actually working on the remaining 30%. It's not going to do much, even if we do a very good job at learning it. Does it make sense? This is what science has proven over the years. There are hundreds of thousands of research papers behind this. But for the first time, we now have a tool that can combine these three together to tell the story of each one of you from the day they were born all the way until today. And you as leaders need to understand also and remember that each one individual in your team comes to the first day at the job carrying some of these. They're not only what's written in their CV. What's in their CV is their qualifications, their years of experience, right? Their education. But it doesn't say much about their genetics, does it? It doesn't say much about their thinking motivators. We discover these later. When you hire consultants or go to HR and say, I've got this guy, he's amazing technically, but I can't get him to be motivated at the job. this can explain why. I've had the chance to have few conversations outside. And the common thing between all of these conversations is, I've been doing this, I'm really good at it. I've become like a senior leader, but I don't like it. There's a difference between doing something, doing it well, and enjoying it. And what makes people passionate about something, what drives that sense of purpose, of passion, are these motivators hidden in our brain and our genetics. So imagine now that each one of us will wake up next morning to go and do something that not only know how to do, but also enjoy. Wouldn't life be more fun and less stressful? How do we measure this? There are 75,000 personality assessment tools in the world, most of which are under the category of behavioral assessments. They measure something. Could be your skill at IT, or software development, or leadership, or communication. These are learned things. Only few measure thinking motivators, out of which is the brain print, which most of you have taken. And only Meet Yourself can measure 54 different personality predispositions, hidden talents and potentials hidden in the DNA of each one of us. These will reveal the beauty, the uniqueness, the value of each one of us. We put them together, and now we have a nice perspective on why is it that I don't enjoy that job that much? Why is it that this person in my team always wants to do different things? Why is it that these two people are always in conflict with each other? What is happening there? And today, there's about 150 people in this room maybe. I'm going to show you through a group exercise how we can use science to better understand each other, to go beyond the level of what we see in each other, those behaviors that we've learned to do in front of each other. You're sitting now listening to me. A lot of you might not be great listeners. A lot of you might have heard from your friends that you are actually very talkative. But right now, you are adapting your behavior in this context. That's what we do as humans. We change our behaviors. The lion, we went on a safari a couple of days ago. We didn't see the lion. We searched all day, and we saw the leg of a puma. But you look at the animals, and it's interesting. They wake up every morning, and they go do the exact same thing. Right? Humans don't. Humans have this amazing ability of adapting their behavior. Whenever they're interacting with new people, whenever they are in a new situation, that's what differentiates us. But behind that behavior, there's a hidden thinking. There are hidden motivators. And these define what this person really wants to do and not what they have learned to do in front of others or in certain contexts. You have taken the brain print. And we're going to do our first activity based on your results. So to start, I'm going to explain how this works. And I'm going to need 1 or 2 volunteers to come on stage and debrief you on your report. So let me tell you what you're seeing in your results. Let me see if I can squeeze a couple of quick activities. I was thinking of skipping those. Let's play a game. So, you will need, I will count to 3, and we'll do this together. You will need to read out loud at the same time the colors you see on the screen, and not the words, not the letters. Ready? 1, 2, go. Beautiful. It's as if we're hearing one voice. All right, let's repeat that exercise one more time on the count to 3. 1, wait, count to 3. 1, 2, go. Isn't it more difficult to see things differently than how we're used to see them? Yeah? One more? Let's see. Who can read this? I understand. Excellent. It takes a bit of processing, right? One more. This one. Come on, that's an easy one. Raise your voices. 2 degrees below zero. Excellent. What's the temperature in Cape Town tomorrow? 2 degrees below zero. But it was difficult, right? Because our brains are used to seeing things and reading them in a certain way. All right. Now, do we all have a pen? If you don't have a pen, imagine that you're writing. Okay? I'm going to give you a quick series of numbers, and I'm going to say it only once. So listen carefully, and the exercise is simple. All you need to do is write these numbers down on the paper. And as soon as I finish, I'm going to ask you a question. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to improvise. After the series of numbers, I will ask you a question. Put on the paper the first word that comes to your mind. Okay? Not the second word, the first word. Ready? Yeah? 3, 81, 17, 4, 5, 11, 13, 7. What is the first color you think of? Write down the first color you think of. Don't say it to anyone. Ready? Again, same exercise. 11, 80, 5, 2, 91, 13. What is the first piece of furniture you think of? All right. On the count to 3. Those of you who answered red, please stand up. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Who answered blue? Yeah. On the count to 3, those of you who answered chair, please stand up. 1, 2, 3. This is magic. 200 people in the room, all these furniture. And you chose chair. What if we think the same at everything else we do in life? That was simple. You could have simply said table, lamp, anything else. But the majority answered chair, the majority answered red and blue. Could it be that our brains, yes, Yeah, but if you look from, this is why I went up to see the majority answered similarly. How did it feel when you realized that most people answered the same as you? It's a bit, it's a bit frustrating, right?
No, we think alike.
We do think alike. As we're growing older, we tend, for convenience sake, to start thinking in a similar way. And there's some advantages in this. We don't want to rethink everything from the start, right? We would do one or two things every day, not more. However, that convenience is also leading to a certain way of thinking that we think is driving our life forward. It's actually what life is forcing upon us. It's what culture, our environment is forcing upon us. Our brains are such amazing devices. They're complex, we know they're complex. Most people stop at that. The brain is too complex. We know it does a lot of things. It's actually a beautiful piece of device that has these different circuitries, and for almost 100 years we thought that some of the brain functions are on the left side of the brain and some of the others are on the right side of the brain, which is partly true because most of the circuitries related to imagination, creativity, etc., emotions are more centered around the right side of the brain, and our logic is more on the left side. But the brain is more complex than this. They interact constantly, and they form one piece. However, we all have 4 basic functions. And these functions are the ones you're seeing in your brain print. We all have a creative mind. That's the visioner part of our brain. We all have a socializer part. We're here to socialize. That's the part that manages our relationships. Empathy is there. The ability of being here, seeing a new speaker come on stage and feeling whether I like this person or not from the first moment. That part of your brain does that. It's mostly located in our stomach, actually, in our gut wall, and not in our head. The third part of our brain is the part that takes ideas and turns them into action. If I ask you right now, what's the time? Without looking at your watches, you can guess approximately what time it is. That part of our brain does this. It's aware of time, it's aware of deadlines, it knows what the end result is and turns it into milestones. And the last part of our brain is our reasoner thinking, and that's the logical part of the brain. That's the part, and I've witnessed a lot of that. Before we started, people were at the booth asking me questions about the tool, very technical questions. Why does it, how do you, why and how? That's the left brain thinking doing that. It wants to understand, validate, and then proceed. Luckily, we all have these 4. However, we have them in different, are you here? We have them in different motivators. We have them in different, as you can see, percentages. These percentages that you see on your brain prints are the result of both the genetic influence on your thinking and your upbringing. So you reached a certain age, around the age of 20, and these have become your thinking inclinations for the rest of your life. Even if you take this 10 years from now, you're going to score very similar motivators. All right? So what's the difference between a motivator and a competency? Does that mean that someone who has a lower visioner motivator, that they're not creative? No. This is not measuring your level of skill in any one of these. It is saying that your brain prefers thinking in a logical way before it consciously puts energy to thinking differently. You are happier, you are more motivated thinking that way than another way. And that's important, especially for you as leaders. We tend as leaders to assess people's performance based on their skills. We look at someone, we see they're very social, and we think, I'm going to be putting this person in more and more social situations. I'm going to be giving them more social-related tasks, because they're good at it. That's what we do with our teams, thinking that because they're good at it, it means they enjoy it. Now, what this says is that to understand whether a person is actually motivated socially, we need to check what happens with them after a gathering like this. Look at one of us, they go around the room, they're talking to people, they're quite social, and we think, he's very social. To really know if they're socializer on this scale, we need to check what is happening when they go back home. If they come back to the hotel room thinking, oh my God, I've spent too much energy today socializing with people, I'm going to lock myself in, not talk to anyone until my energy level rises, it means they're not socializer by motivator. But what have you done as a leader? You've been sending them to courses, you've been putting them in master's programs, because socialize, let me feed you this development, because this is what you're good at. And one day, you lose them. And you don't understand why. You go talk to your other leader colleagues. You bring a consultant, a coach, and say, what is happening? Why did I lose this person? They were really good at this. Doesn't that resonate with each one of us? Aren't there tasks at work that we do and not really enjoy? Is anyone of us here 100% satisfied at their job? Do you do tasks every day that you enjoy? All right, come with me on stage. You need a mic. You hate the mic? Then whisper and I will translate. Do you mind if we talk about your report?
Yep.
All right. May I share? Zahir has a beautiful brain print. He has a higher motivator towards reasoner thinking, followed by another high motivator for accomplisher thinking. To call it a motivator, look in your brain prints, it needs to be 24% and above. So if we look at Zahir's motivators, how many does he have? Can you see from here? How many are above 24? How many of Zahir's motivators are above 24? You cannot see. 37, 30, 19, and 14. 2. Both on the left side of the brain. So I'm going to talk to Zahir now for a few minutes about your profile. And I need you to stop me and tell me if I'm saying something that does not apply to you. Zahir is one of my team members. And now I'm looking at his brain print. Immediately, I can see that Zahir is someone who is result-driven, quite smart, high abstract intelligence, prefers to validate something with data, facts, and evidence, not with intuition only. If you have the choice between feeling something or really making sure that I can trust it with evidence, you go with evidence. Zahir is sometimes frustrated. Are you coming with some of the for your team members? Are you coming with a delegation? No, just alone. Okay. So no one can confirm this in the room.
There are guys who can.
Some guys know you. Perfect. Zahir likes to understand the vision, understand the requirements clearly, and immediately move to validating and then asking questions about how do we get there? What's the budget? Do we have enough time? What are the resources?
I like to be organized.
You like to be organized. What happens? Tell them about the times you were frustrated. All those times you were frustrated with those last-minute changes in the project.
That was mostly during the past. The current stage, as I told you, the current job doesn't happen anymore. All right, because in this part, I'm the one who actually has to plan the whole organization, and I see to it that there are no last-minute changes.
All right.
And since the last 7 years, haven't faced that.
Nice. So you are in a position to actually build something, to work within your own motivators. But do you still meet with other leaders in a team and discuss things, discuss vision, discuss strategy?
Yes, I do.
Tell us about the last time you were in that room with that specific person that I know really annoys you, because they're always giving these ideas, but they're not talking about execution.
Right now, I really literally appreciate ideas. I wouldn't mind taking ideas, and these are the ideas I actually note down and try to see whether if it's actually missing in my plan. If it is, then I definitely incorporate it.
Beautiful. Do you remember the time when this used to frustrate you before you developed that ability to accept?
It was, I would say, prior to this job before this, yes. There would be, the stopping moments from other departments. So you would require, done your plans. You've planned for you've got a project planned for 6 months, and then at the end, you've got changes to be done. A lot of stuff. I used to get frustrated that time.
All right. And that part of leadership that requires thinking about ideas, dreaming, coming up with solutions, if you compare that part with the part where you're actually working on a plan, which one motivates you more?
Well, presently, working on the plan, definitely. Thinking about the idea, yes, it's sort of it's just a beginner for me. But yeah, I do like to get ideas from my team members, and then actually making it into a plan.
And that's what makes an amazing leader. It's that ability to understand that there are other skills, other motivators in the team, and these can actually complement my own motivators. We do not have to grow in every single aspect. We are not born in the forest alone. We're born in a society on purpose. This is how we operate. We complete each other. This is why we work in teams. And that need to change, that need to grow is good. But what if we grow in the parts that actually match our nature and match our motivators, and allow other people to complement that, to bring something to the table, so that we can form a much stronger team. Congratulations for being able to accept the parts that motivate you and be able to identify these in other people. This is the whole point behind this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coincidentally, my friend asked that there are 2 chairs here.
Yeah.
I don't know why, and I told him that the other one is for me.
See? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else likes to volunteer? Let me see. I'm going to choose a report that does not look like beautiful. Come. Now we're talking right brain thinking. The opposite of Nasir. 28% visioner, 37% socializer, 18% reasoner, and 17% accomplisher. Can you tell us a little bit about you, quickly?
My name is Mehzad Sahar. I work Angro Corporation. I'm their CISO. We came from Pakistan. I have my friends, 6 friends with me also, from different organizations.
All right. We need some cheering from your friends. If you think I'm saying something correct about Mehzad, please let me know. Okay? Mehzad is very intuitive. He feels things before they actually happen. You have that ability to sense the energy of someone in the room, to connect people. You're driven by these ideas that leave an impact in the world, leave an influence on other people. I can see you being the type of leader that is driven by passion, driven by ideas that are world-changing, and you tend to proceed just by feeling something and then ask yourself, why did I not just take a little bit of time and validate before proceeding? Has it happened to you?
Absolutely right. I love actually finding out potentials among my team members, relying on them, giving them a spark through my own motivational style, and then relying and giving them confidence to give the positive results.
Nice.
Yeah.
So even though you're a smart person, even though you can use your logic very well, would you confirm that those meetings that have fun, creativity, and connection with people make you more motivated than those meetings where there's Excel sheets and charts and...
That's, I think, I will say one of my strong strengths. My father was a writer of 50 books, published books, and myself is a writer of 2 books. And actually, I'm learning from you mentioned that most of your skill set actually is coming from your genetics, right? So in that case, I'm inheriting a lot from my forefathers. And based on this writing skills, competency, and being a literary guy, I'm able to motivate and translate very complex situation into a very lighter situation, you know. So I know how to translate technical terminology into a very, very, I will say, enjoyable sentences.
And that's what the right brain thinking does. The opposite of left brain thinking. Left brain thinking takes the big picture and turns it into little pieces of the puzzle. Yes. Right brain thinking does the opposite. It takes the little pieces of the puzzle and creates a big picture. So you want to bore, if you want to bore him at work, make sure you involve him in the little details. Make sure you involve him in how we're going to do something. This is the best way to demotivate him. But if you want to keep him motivated, keep him at a big picture level.
Yes.
Keep him at the creation level. And when he knows that he has people around him who are able to take this and turn it into execution.
I can recall one thing from Steve Jobs. Please. You know, he was challenged once he was inventing this great stuff. He said, you people, the normal people, they are just like typical musicians. They just know how to actually work on an instrument. I'm an orchestrator.
Yes.
So I know how to get things done from you guys and then give us a wonderful symphony. You know?
And that's what a 37% socializer motivator does. How can I get things done? That's the type of leadership there. Through other people, by inspiring and motivating other people. Each one of your team members also has one of these. How much do you know about their thinking motivators? Do we only know about them what they are good at? Did we dig deeper into their motivators? You know those times when you meet someone outside work and you always thought they're too serious or they have these characteristics, but then you meet them outside work and you go, oh, that's another person with a different personality. Because outside work, they were actually closer to their thinking motivators than the behavior they learned between 8 and 5. Thank you very much.
My players. Thank you.
All right. Are we enjoying? Yeah? We've done that. What does this group look like in terms of your thinking as a group? When we added the brain prints of all of you, so now I'm imagining you are my team, I am the leader of this team, and I'm looking at this. What should I be seeing in this team? I know I have 200 CEOs in my company. I'm really proud. Our company is growing big. Any skill I want, I can find. But now I'm seeing something different. What are your observations here? If this whole room was a single brain, how would that brain think? Yes. Yes, socializer is still our strongest motivator as a team. So expect this room to be a bit too communicative. We have an exercise just after where you are going to be moving around the room, and I'm already expecting through this that there's going to be a little bit of chaos because people are going to be talking to each other and chatting with each other on the way. Socializer is our strongest thinking motivator as a group, probably why we are here today. Yes. This is the average number of all of you who have taken the brain print. You have the same number. So if we put you in a spectrum, you would be right in the middle. Some people will be skewing this side and some will be skewing this side. You represent the group. Strong socializer thinking preference, so expect people to be empathetic, to be sensitive, to love or enjoy communicating and connections. Then we also see a strong motivator towards left brain thinking. Totally normal in a room full of CIOs, right? Logic, planning, imagine building these softwares and this technology without that part of that motivator. But one of our thinking motivators isn't actually a motivator. And that is our visionary thinking as a group. We're creative, we enjoy fun, etc. But we sometimes need guidance. We need someone to show us that this is what we need to build. Can you guys get it done? If we involve too much and only at the level of what is it that we're creating and not how, it might get a bit frustrating sometimes, right? If we want to make this group a bit more balanced and we want to bring new people, what kind of motivators do we need to be looking for? Visionary. That's the part of our brain that sets the destination, the end point. It creates the dream. We all have it. Obviously, in this room, we're not all motivated at being the one who's put in the spotlight to be doing that. We might be relying on colleagues, other leaders, CEO, or some other people in the organization to be doing that. Now, let's see this in action. I need you to identify your highest thinking motivator. So look at your brain prints. Identify your highest thinking motivator. And then, please, let's try to make this as organized as possible. And then move to one of the color-coded corners in the room. All people with a higher just a moment. Let me finish, please. All people with a higher visionary motivator, the highest is the visionary motivator. Please step to this side of the room. Socializer motivator, highest there. accomplisher motivator in this corner and reasoner motivator here. It's okay. They're doing well. Blue there. We were not. It was, oh, okay.
What about the one who is actually in the sector?
Yours, your highest is 30%, so you go to socializer. What's your highest? 33 here, yes.
Reason or an accomplishment?
Are the same. Choose where you want to be.
In middle.
In the middle.
Yeah, that's why I'm studying in the middle as well.
Oh, you are with me?
Yeah.
Oh,
You. Let me deal one by one. Tell me.
Those who did get the paper.
Oh, check with on the table.
Check your
Yeah.
feel like I'm an anomaly from the group.
Yeah.
So-
Because you've learned to act socially, but I can tell you how this can actually be a lower. This is based on. You said that this is not a motivator for me, so you go to the reasoner. Yeah, you go. You pick one, please.
What about this one? So,
You get to choose where you feel most comfortable out of these two. Yes. Green is there. Yes.
There are some brain prints.
Choose
on the
between
table.
these two, please.
So check if you don't have your brain print. There are brain prints on the table.
where emotional intelligence will fall among.
I will talk about this.
Huh? We'll talk.
All right. So, what are we noticing here? There's a smaller group, and that's the visioner thinkers. The smaller group. Is everyone in their corner? Yeah? Shall we start? All right. So, what you are going to do as a group now is talk to each other about a trip to South Africa that you're planning together. What would be the ideal trip for you as a group? I'll come and I'll debrief you in a moment. So start thinking together, what is an ideal vacation? Okay? Yes, same here.
So,
You're going together.
Who
as a
of you
group.
is a visioner?
What? Here.
We are the visionaries.
Visioners?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
So you're going together as a team. It's nice to be you different, right? But you'll notice now how in a team, people don't always get to understand this type of thinking, and it gets marginalized. So visionary thinkers usually tend to imagine where they want to go. And when I've done exercises like these, people even drew a beach and a palm tree, and it's more about the fun, the feeling, the experience. You see with accomplishers, for example, they will have an Excel sheet where every day 8 to 9 will be doing this, which for you might be actually, would remove the fun out of the whole trip, right? So try to use your creativity to come up with something that reflects your ideal vacation. Okay? It could be South Africa or
it could be anything.
Yeah. But think with your intuition, think with your creativity. All right?
okay, one observation. The only group that is talking to each other and loudly is this.
Of course. Of course. Can you see
And
it?
what group is this? The socializer.
All right, guys, I'm coming. Reasoner thinkers. So, the exercise is, we're going on a vacation as a group. Where do we go? Let's think logically. What is the best place And how do we plan this vacation together? Usually, the visionaries just draw a palm tree and the beach and say, this is where I want to go. They draw Table Mountain, and it's all about allowing the imagination to function. You will notice that socializers focus a lot on who I'm going with, who I'm going to meet, etc. Accomplishers most probably will have a list of minute by minute and here there's usually a lot of debate on why are we going there, why not there, what is advantage, disadvantage, cause, effect, all of that. So think as reasoners and talk to each other about your ideal vacation. 10 minutes. All right, ready? You know the objective of the exercise? The exercise is you're going to plan a trip together. Together. Now each part of the brain is going to be thinking differently. Come closer. It won't matter if you come closer because I'm on the mic. I tricked you. We will be able to see my lips. Usually visionaries tend to, when they're exercise, just draw a palm tree and a beach and we're going there. Socializers are all about who are we going with, what activities are we, connections, activities, etc. Accomplishers tend to think you're going to immediately when, how, etc. How many days do we have? What's the agenda? Thank you. So plan your trip accordingly as a team. You've got 10 minutes. All right?
Any trip we can plan.
You are presenting team. Yes. Your name? Your name? Georgina. You are presenting for this team in 10 minutes. I left you to connect and enjoy your each other's company.
I'm something between the visionary and the socialist.
You are, but this is your strongest.
Okay.
All right.
We are done.
Are you ready?
Yes.
I've left you for minutes. I can come back. I've left you to do all the connecting you want so that you can listen to me a little bit when I'm back. So you're standing here by your strongest thinking motivator, which is socializer thinking. When this same exercise is usually given to the other groups, visionaries tend to draw a beach and a palm tree and say, we're going there. Done. Accomplishers come up with a long list of an agenda. First thing I ask them is, what are your agenda? Socializers are all about who I'm going to meet, who am I going with, what activities are we doing together. So as socializers, you're going together, what is your ideal trip? What is your ideal vacation? You have 10 minutes and you're going to be presenting for the team. May I know your name, please?
Mark.
Mark. You'll be presenting for your team. All right?
Disaster.
All right. Good luck. Good luck.
Or a theme-based travel plan. You're not just focusing on
10 minutes, you're going to be presenting for your team.
Okay.
Okay? I don't want to tell you what I'm telling them. Yeah. Ah, you are here. Okay, thank you for telling me.
Which time would be preferable? Can you give a thought process on that? Which year of the time is the right time to travel?
You are,
The duration
you are
of the
presenting for the team in 10 minutes.
All right.
it going? Are we getting some nice footage? Yeah?
They say that they have an my sound, my voice is good.
Yes.
Did you mute it?
No. Let me ask you about some of your colleagues.
Okay.
While the microphone is on.
I told this to ask the question.
Yes, tell me.
I did not attend the second business assembly, and especially we are using these for I don't know. I get a very good idea here. What is sometimes you should have a kind of mix and match to have your department that can.
Yes.
How now? I'm not sure to which extent these assessments are correct based on the data pipeline. Yes, we have question.
We are going to Cape Town.
Questions relevant to the assessment of science. Sorry,
I'm going to address this now. Yes, I will answer on the
I did not on each assessment group
correct. That's what assessments do. Okay?
Think here
From Frankfurt to Johannesburg was 11 hours non-stop. Back no direct flight to Germany, so we're flying over Istanbul. It's 11 hours, and from Istanbul to Stuttgart 3 hours.
you may pretend you may manipulate the answer.
You have a lot to do.
You may try attempt to manipulate the answer.
You see,
but in reality.
Yes.
So
Let me answer these inside. I will.
I believe I have this quite bad.
Yes, we should. 5 minutes, 3 minutes. Sure. Yes, sir.
Three components, صح؟ genetics, competitive,
competencies, and thinking.
What about the environment? Is it included in one of them?
Of course, it's included in two
where?
of them.
In
It's included in the
competencies
brain. It's included in competencies.
and in
Learning is part of the environment, and it has an influence on your brain until a certain age.
Okay. طيب location.
أكيد. That's cultural environment.
يعني مثلا if I was born in USA,
of course,
not in Jordan, I will be different.
نحن when we
I will
measure
be
the
different,
environment, you will have possibly different thinking models.
Yeah. So it's a part of that.
فيها results تكون فيها مثلا ما تكون مظبوطة based على أنا شو جاوبت.
This has the highest accuracy worldwide.
No, but based على أنا شو جاوبت يمكن ما جاوبت
كان بين عندي انك جاوبت اشياء مش مضبوطه. It will flag.
He's got his answer. We've done
We've
it.
agreed. The socialisers have agreed.
You've actually
Would you believe
managed like a big challenge here.
We have. Come on, go.
All right.
Go on stage.
Okay. Are we ready, visionaries? Just one of you. Yeah, you're the. Can we have the speakers for each team, please? Can we have the representative for? Of course. Of course. I'm already expecting this group to be the last to finish. There's a lot of debating going on.
But for a change, we are finished.
All right. We need you on stage, please. We need you on stage. Visionary thinkers. Accomplisher, Georgina. Join us, please. This is no.
صرنا ساعة وثلث.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay, visionary thinkers, are we ready? All right, let's go on stage, please. Microphone, please. Thank you. Thank you. We have two representatives of the same team.
Test.
Let me think. Would that be the visionary team? No? Ah, interesting. All right. Let's see. Have you already observed different dynamics happening in each one of the teams? Right? Which team was the loudest? What was the first word that anyone said when I went to talk to the accomplisher thinkers?
We talked about an agenda.
Agenda. You start with an agenda. What was the last team that finished? Reasoners.
Reason.
Why?
Just the entertainment and enjoyment, yeah.
There was a lot of debating going on still, and after 10 minutes, of what is good, what is bad, what is advantage, and what is disadvantage, right? All right, so I leave you to starting with Georgina. You as a group of people with a higher accomplisher.
Good afternoon, delegates.
Tell us about your ideal vacation.
And we had a great group of accomplishers. Please, let's clap for the accomplishers. We had a great advantage because we want to get things done. So we approached it in this way. We agreed we're going to have a checklist. This checklist will let us know first where we are going, and we chose a destination. We need to know who we are inviting. We were very clear on who we shall invite. We even have a planning committee that was set to do that. And this planning committee was to come up with a detailed agenda that included the staffing, it included communication, but to ensure that everyone gets to know what needs to be done.
May I show something? 520. Does these times?
This is how we want to allocate the time. We wanted to ensure 5% will be spent on initiating the project and just planning for this trip. We were very sure that 50% of it will be doing most of the work. And after all the trip was done, we were going to get feedback as to how the trip was. So we were very clear and detailed in how we want to accomplish what we need to do.
Isn't that beautiful? That we have people in our teams that actually enjoy doing this part. They might be the same people who irritate you in those group meetings asking all the how questions. They are your best partners. Every single conflict opportunity with someone who thinks differently is a great opportunity to complement ourselves with someone who has an opposite way of thinking. Your best coaches in the team are those people who irritate you the most.
I think I may add
Yes,
that we are picking up from lessons learned to an event we've just attended from organizers. We've seen what they've done, and so that's how we want to ensure we are more effective. So
Nice.
we've picked the lessons and then planned it around that.
Nice. So planning, even if it's not the effort we put in our lives into trying to get everyone else to think like us, if we put part of that effort into accepting, and you have seen it live, some people in my team think differently, they will always think differently, and everything I can do to resolve that situation is move one step closer towards understanding their thinking. Otherwise, people get in conflict. That's why people get in conflict. Great relationships are not made of people who think exactly alike. They're made of people who can think differently, but accept and are able to manage that difference. Right? Visionaries. That's usually on the opposite side of the brain. So it thinks exactly the opposite.
Yeah, we expelled the one that tried to make a checklist. So really what we kind of concluded, what's the experience that we want to have about it? No location, no timings. It was, somebody wanted like a cultural experience out of it, some wanted news sites, somebody just wanted to, you know, pull the plug, lay low, etc. Were we even still on this planet? Were we space traveling, etc.? So it was really, it just kept floating in the bigger picture of what we wanted to achieve on taking a trip. And then, it's self-documentary. So it doesn't have to be documented in that way. So once we know where we want to go, we will definitely bring the other ones on board into the team. Team dynamics needs to be in place. If not, then we're still going to be floating around somewhere.
Thank you. You see the difference? It's that boss that passes by your office and says, we need to do this, and just look and just go. And then you, okay, what do I do from here? It's those people who send you that very short email with half a line and you need to figure it out. Yes. They most probably have a vision or thinking motivator. And it's those people that say, just cut to the chase. Give me the end of the story. Yes. All right, let's go with the socializers.
Okay, Antoine. Thank you. Thank you. As you could see, we had quite a large group of socializers. Thank you. Thank you for all your support and contributions, group. You were amazing. I think we started off, because we are socializers, with a number of conversations and breakout meetings and discussions across the whole piece. And I think when you came and appointed me, thank you very much for the opportunity, Antoine, we started to bring a bit more structure to it, but what we implemented very quickly was a voting system so that everybody felt involved, included, able to have their say. I think very luckily, we had a very large consensus across the group, which made it easy. But in terms of the brief, to answer the brief, what we concluded on is we are going on safari in Cape Town. We're driving there. We're going to have a picnic. We're going to have a barbecue, and we're going to stay in tents. And the whole group, I hope, felt included, aligned, and part of that. And
Can you already? Do you have anything to add? No. Can you already see 3 different approaches?
I would say, there is one more thing to add.
Please.
Because we are socializers, we then constantly wanted to add to it.
Yes.
And change it, and have new ideas, and make the experience better.
The energy in that group, that moment when you all voted for something, and you clapped and you raised your voices, that's what makes socializer thinking. It's the ability to connect, to work together. It's those same people who always pick up the phone and call you when they want to talk about something, and you tell them, please send me an email. They most probably, they might actually put a lot of emotions in those emails, capital letters, sometimes some colors, and a lot of exclamation marks. These are some of the indicators of people's thinking motivators. We can push people to think like us. We do that. Those who have been married for a long time perfectly understand that concept. Someone is always wrong, and the other one is always apologizing and saying, I'm not going to do it again. And then they do well, actually, for a couple of weeks, but after a couple of weeks, something happens, and they just do what they do. Because we cannot change people's thinking. We can ask people to adapt their behavior for some time. And if we force them to adapt their behavior for a long time, what happens to their motivator? At work, they get demotivated. At home, they get a divorce. Right? All right, thank you. Prisoners.
Yeah, myself, Fahad, and the group, I literally thanks for everyone to be very enthusiastic and very engaging for all the debate what we made towards the ultimate journey, you know. And it was really nice. And what I see is like a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of engaging kind of discussion to make sure that we enjoy the trip what we are planning. The other good thing what I got it from the group is like it's a micro level thinking, you know. So it's more about how would be the budget, how we are going to spend, what sort of timing would be great for travel and all, you know, and whether we are going to be with family, without family. So a lot of questions, you know. So a lot of detailing what I would see within the group. And other good thing is like each one in the group has got opportunity to talk about it, you know, like so it's not about gender, it's not about nationality, it's a multinational environment, and everyone has got opportunity to raise their thought, and everyone's thought is to make sure that the trip is excellent and we enjoy the trip.
This is the important point here. You said it twice, and that's all I heard every time I came to you.
Yeah.
You put a lot of your energy in the beginning trying to get it right.
That's true. Yeah.
Right?
That's right, yeah.
There was a lot of advantage, disadvantage, logical thinking on what is the best solution here. And that's what Reasoner Brain is meant to do. It's to think logically, analyze evidence, and come up with validity. All right.
Yeah.
You were amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Everybody,
much.
thank you for making this a nice exercise.
Thank you.
Question? Yes, tell me. Contribution? Quick one?
From the visionaries.
Yes.
So when we were standing together, we all had our own vision of what we wanted to do. And then when we eventually got to documenting what each one's vision is, we found a common theme that helped us to actually develop a group
What was it?
vision.
Yeah.
By combining everything and saying, let's
Nice.
have this experience, that experience to get these outcomes.
Nice. It's more about what. This is. Can we have the presentation back, please? So, what's the takeaway here? That day, the people you work with, the people you hired, the people you worked for, that day you met them, they already had their thinking motivators. There's no effort you can do to actually change those. You can teach them skills, you can ask them to adapt their behavior, but if you want to get the best out of people, you need to understand their motivators and make sure that these are appreciated at the workplace. This is how you keep people motivated, and this is what's missing when we have demotivated individuals on our teams. Just to give you one example, last 3 years, the US economy alone suffers from over $1 trillion in employee turnover. 57% of people who started a job in 2023 left the job in 2023, out of which over half left in the first 3 months. This is what happens when we hire people based on skills only. Can you see the value of understanding people's... It took 10 minutes for you to fill out this questionnaire. This is officially the world's most reliable personality assessment with 92% reliability. And it gave all these beautiful insights. I was able to tell a lot about what's going to happen in this room before I even got here. I was able to talk to some of you and then remember that I've seen their brain print, and what I'm seeing in front of me is exactly those motivators. So you start looking at people differently. You start understanding why they ask this type of questions, why they behave in a certain way at work. And this can turn every single opportunity for us to misunderstand each other, to be in conflict with each other into an opportunity to accept each other, work better together, and find how this person can actually complement the lack of motivator in us. Okay? Shall we move on? All right. Now, let's link this to innovation quickly. Innovation is what people at the labs are doing. It's the creation. Sorry. Invention or idea is what people are. Technology, invention, creation, prototypes. These are part of the ideation. But to call it an innovation, you need to execute it. You need to put it in the market, right? So for innovation to happen, you need actually 2 different or 4 different parts of the brain. The visionary brain is responsible for the what. What problem am I solving? What need am I addressing? What am I trying to achieve? If we go counterclockwise, the reasoner brain will think, why? Why is it important to resolve this problem? What are the implications of not resolving this problem? Once that's answered, the accomplisher brain steps in. How do we get this done? How much money do we have? What's the budget? How much time do I have? What's this technology, etc. And last is who? Who is involved? Who is this assigned to? What team do I put together? So if you're aiming for innovation, you will need to address each one of these 4. And these 4 exist in your teams. These 4 existed in our team today. But by going to our separate corners, we were able to visualize which people had a higher motivator towards the what. Give them that task. Say, come up with a solution. Use your creativity. That's the thing you enjoy the most. Ask the visionaries to validate. Give it to the accomplisher to create the plan. And then start assigning to people. If you want to innovate, make sure everyone is involved. But not only at the level of their technical skills, start looking into their motivators.
Why I'm doing.
Yes. All right? Let's move to something even more fun. Was this fun so far? Yeah? Are we sleepy? Okay. Do you want more? Let's see. Question for everyone. How much of our DNA do we all share in this room and as human beings? Percentage. 25, 95, 35, 70, 0. All right, I'll give you first hint. We share 50% of our DNA with the banana. And we share 97% of our DNA with the monkey. So, how much do we share as human beings? 99.7%. We are all 99.7% similar and 0.3% different. All these wars, all these conflicts, everything that is happening, was happening, and is going to happen in the office next week. And we have more reasons to work well together than reasons to be different. Now, that 0.3% is not a small thing. We're all made of the same components. We're made of the same chemicals. It's the sequencing in our genetics, in our DNA of those chemicals that actually makes one with blue eyes, another 180 centimeters tall, and another with black hair, etc. The sequencing of our genes. And that defines 100% of our physical characteristics, and it defines anywhere, listen carefully here, anywhere between 30 and 70% of our personality traits. Our genetics influence our behavior. But how do they do this? It's not a simple equation. Two different ways. Our genetics, the expression of certain genes, the higher the gene is expressed, the more it influences a behavior. This is the first way. And the second way is the gene itself influences certain chemicals in us, and those chemicals influence behavior. Just shout it out loud. Have you heard of oxytocin before? What behavior does it influence? Happiness? That's serotonin. Oxytocin? Excitement is, yeah, laughing, yes. Social behavior. It's directly influenced by oxytocin. Abstract intelligence. What is measured by IQ? Dopamine. Etc. The higher that, or the chemical equation happening in us leads to certain behavior. So, what we're going to do now is play a game called The Chemist. This is a lab. This is our lab. And in this lab, I have hidden 21 different clues. All right? Before we start searching for them, thank you for not starting. Sorry. You have 5 minutes to work together as a team, find the 21 clues, they're small cards, bring them to the center, put them on the floor, and make a big circle. Can we work as one unit to get this done in 5 minutes? 21 cards, let's find them. Not this one, not this one. They're small cards. Small white cards.
Oh, yeah, you again, thank you.
No, one group. One group. Go. Give me the big green one. That's not part of the game.
Give him the green. Give me the green.
The green one does not count.
He said, no, he said, he said,
It does not count. It does not count. Yes. 17. 4 more. Come on.
I'll return.
Thank you. 4 more.
Do you have something in your pocket?
Maybe. Search me. Three more. Are we done? Two more, come on.
Are these the one which are part of the...
Of course not. No.
No, they're not the part of the...
They're not.
Guys, we have two more to find.
Sorry.
Come on, guys, two more to find.
21.
Everyone, let's go for the start. Wow. Everyone, let's go for the start.
Do we have all 21?
19.
19, sorry.
Maybe you have one. Can we also check the pockets?
Many people checked so far. One more, come on.
One more.
Last to find it wins first prize.
لا اكثر شوي بدي احكي عنه عن توصل 40 45 هلا 4 ونص مبسوطين هلا بنشوف ايه I will try نغير السيت اب يلا اوكي.
All right, let's start.
No.
Let's start.
All right. Okay, done 21.
All right, perfect. It might ruin the whole exercise, but let's see. All right, can we get everyone involved, please?
One left.
Come on.
One more. Let's go, everyone, and find.
It's okay. Let's try without it. All right, what you're seeing here are 3 different genes called these ones, the ones with the DNA strand, and 9 different chemicals. Each chemical has high. Thank you. Thank you. Great thinking. All right, let me repeat. These are,
First circle, sit down, guys. First circle, sit down.
now would be a nice, all right, this is nice, this is nice. Okay, so you're seeing here 9 different chemicals that we all have, distributed between high and low from each chemical, and 3 different genes. Your first exercise as a team is to use Google, ChatGPT, whatever you want, your own knowledge, and try to come up with the formula of what are the genes and the chemicals that influence creativity. I want you to see, without telling you, see evidence. If you research online, there's over 120,000 research papers behind this of how certain genes have a direct influence on behaviors, and how that behavior, in this instance is creativity, needs to have high levels and low levels of certain chemicals. So what you need to come up with is the formula of those chemicals and genes. So you will research, remove all the ones that do not apply, give them back to me, and only keep here the ones that apply to creativity. All right? Let's do it. Ask ChatGPT, that's the fastest way. Yes, please, make space for the lady. You are welcome.
Save for a princess.
Out of these 3 genes, which one influences creativity most? It's online. That information is available online.
It says dopamine, serotonin, and paracetamol.
And paracetamol. Yes, some needs to be low in order for creativity to be triggered.
Separated into 4 groups. Told that this is reason. Wasn't that what actually influenced the whole stuff?
But usually, don't forget that people don't have only one motivation. They can have more than one. So in an exercise where I want them to focus on a single motivation,
rather than thinking immediately and go for scoring in that.
not different. The type of questions cannot allow this.
That is like the repetitiveness of the question in way. If a person can understand that, then you can
The assessment can flag if someone is answering questions differently. I did ask many people to repeat.
talking to another CEO and with 23 years, get a place where I can have sit, think of it.
You're doing a good job. It's impressive. Let me see what they're doing.
High cholesterol.
This is the beauty, right? They're the ones they can stick to themselves. They can just throwing themselves at it, right?
And in the different exercise, you see them
Yeah, exactly. This is the
force thinking model. This is a very rare combination. So we call it versatile thinking. This thinking is able to connect quickly with the
In case of a Down syndrome, so is it to improve the similarities between these guys all over the world look the same? But it's only served at a certain level. The intelligence or the growth is different. Look, a big part of the growth then is that.
Okay, are we close to finishing? Let me finishing. Let me check the results. What gene have we identified? 3 genes involved in creativity.
The genes, you didn't check it.
Guys, we'll create
Chemistry lab.
And ask.
We'll create Frankenstein.
1 minute. 1 minute. Low GABA? Correct. All right. Give me the other ones, please. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. You need this? No. Okay. You need this one. It is part of, it is the most influencing gene. It's the, and this one. You've returned all of them. Okay. All right. We have 20 more minutes together. Let's make the best out of the 20 minutes. All right. Can you return to your seats, please? Let me explain this. Thank you so much. This was amazing. Good job.
Now we just create the Frankenstein.
Sharbel? So, first of all, thank you for making this an organized and nice exercise. We all worked together as one team. It was nice to see. And also, the people who were outside were actually making interesting observations on look how what the accomplishers are doing. Look at what the reasoners are doing. So it becomes a language in the team. And that language can bring hearts closer and minds closer together. It can allow people to shine when it's their turn. In teams, usually, people who are most assertive and less flexible are the ones who are most heard. And sometimes they do not allow other thinkers to contribute. So, without going into the debate of the equation, I wanted you to go through the exercise so that you can see that our behavior is actually influenced by our genetics and by our chemicals. These are the same genetics that influence a talent in painting, a talent in sports, a talent in music, being communicative or enjoying communication, wanting to acquire leadership roles, being reflective, being creative, being calm. There are, let me see if I have this here. Yes, we can't see anything. Today we can measure 54 different behavioral predispositions from a DNA test. Most of these, all of these actually, apply to personality at the workplace. So going back to the introduction, we're made of 3 components. Your brain print is one of them. That's your thinking motivator. Your DNA carries 54 different and more. These are the measured ones. Genetic influencers on your behaviors, and the rest, you can assess it the way you want. That's an ongoing process of growing into the person you are today. So, this is the concept behind Meet Yourself. We are the first assessment tool that combines these 3 together. Through the DNA test, you can identify these 54 talents and potentials. Through the brain print, you can identify your thinking motivators. And through the behavioral assessment, you can identify the related competencies. The app that you have access to has designed a personalized development journey for you. The moment you have your DNA test results back and your behavioral assessment results back, that learning journey is going to be designed for your scores, your personality. That's what makes it different. Because each learning journey is going to be different. And then in your organizations and your team, the moment you apply this to your teams, you can actually view behind your app or your screen what are the personalities of everyone in the team.
Test.
Yes? Somebody is testing.
Me. You
Okay.
called me, sorry, I wasn't there.
Too late. I was going to ask you about the time. In Teams, this will allow you to view in real time what is happening in the motivators. If you want to assign a task, you won't look only into the competencies, but you have real data that can show you what are the motivators in the team. You can even look at predictive behavior. You say, I'm going to be moving from this department in 6 months, and someone will replace me. How will my team behave knowing their personality? The dashboard is going to give you access to potential behaviors and what are the skills that you can develop in them today to prepare them for that future scenario. So it's quite advanced to anything you've seen before. We've recently launched our MVP. You are one of the first, actually the biggest group I've done a presentation to since the creation of the company. So thank you so much for being part of this. This is the learning journey I was referring to. You've got 10 different personality reports, and you've got an AI avatar called Nia that you can chat with and ask her any question related to your personality. So, if you want to take this assessment, I'm not good at this part, but I know the organizers, and I thank them very much. They're covering part of the cost of your DNA test. So this is an opportunity for you to take it today at a lower price. There's the swab collection station in the back. You need to scan the first code, make the payment, scan the second code, register your barcode, and then do your swab, and you're set, and you return it. But make sure you haven't eaten for an hour or had any coffee or anything before you take your swab. Otherwise, the results will return invalid. Okay? Have we learned anything today? Yes. Have we learned a lot today? Yes. Would you do, we finished, but would you do another half an hour with me? Yes. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. If you don't want to leave, we can play one more exercise. The MC. Where's the MC?
So, congratulations, everyone. You have survived day one. How was the workshop? Interesting? Do you believe everybody's personality is made up of 3? Number 1, genetics. Number 2, thinking. Number 3, competency. All right. You know, true story, I got my genes, my genetics fully sequenced to see if I have any rare diseases in my DNA that I can stop now before they show up. So I will not die of diabetes. I will not die of cancer. I will die of heart attack. This is what my DNA told me. It's very interesting. It also tells you what food, what mental wellness issues, what muscles, how your muscles react. So DNA has a lot of information. And I've just was informed by Sharbil, if any of you want to subscribe, they're having a special price if you subscribe during the conference. So you have today and tomorrow to decide if you want to do your DNA analysis. And with that, now we have some free time. They're going to change this ballroom into a lovely gala dinner setup. We come back here, gala dinner at 7 sharp. Because we have a lovely gala dinner, lots of awards, lots of fun, and then we go to the club to have fun. So if you come late here, we will be late here, and then we will not have time to go to the club. Formal dress, everybody, yes, wear your best dress for the dinner. Thank you.